BB Choopy. How's it going, everyone, and welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Aristel.
Arian?
And Willisell, and we're all here for the time being. Bringing
Briefly.
news and commentary for the week, such as it was. At least there's like a couple of announcements this time, albeit not all that much. But we'll mash on and talk about what we can, or at least the decayed remnants of my psyche will attempt to contribute in some fashion. At any rate, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us an email at excusesvtw@gmail.com. We can follow us on the Twitter, but I don't recommend it since, number one, it means you're on Twitter, and number two, I don't really monitor that account much anymore. But the best place to communicate with the show hosts and other listeners to the show is on our Discord, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the archive on YouTube. I don't know if Ari actually checked if that link still works, though.
I updated it today.
Okay.
And yes, it had changed. So
Yeah, it'd be dude like that because Discord just has to randomly change things.
yeah, I think there's an expiry date on those where they go dead after like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, they're not supposed to, but they do.
I think it's a feature, not a bug. Probably just so
Yeah.
random Discord invites aren't floating in the ether.
Yeah, probably.
But yes. So, on the show this week, since Fern is at present likely to have to leave early, why don't you start with your week?
My week has been two big things basically. First has been the fan fest for Final Fantasy 14. So we'll come to that in a moment because there is a fair bit to talk about there. Some good, some bad, most meh. As far as gaming goes, I kind of sunk a bit too much time into Vampire Crawlers today, the new Vampire Survivors game. Except this one is a dungeon crawler with card mechanics. It is also very, very fast.
Hey, am I the only one who feels like every time another one of these games gets described, I feel like I've just heard it all before?
A little
It
bit,
seems
yeah.
like there's a bunch of like keywords like roguelite, Metroidvania, dungeon crawler, card mechanics, etc., and it feels like every new game that's not a AAA is just like draw two of these from a hat.
Yes. So it do be like that. So this one is dungeon crawler cards and also Vampire Survivors. So technically bullet heaven, but not really.
Yeah. The roguelite tag, unfortunately, or roguelike, whatever both of those tags just make me significantly less likely to get very engaged with the game.
Well, they don't mean anything anymore.
Well, it
They've
means
drifted so far that they're just whatever.
it means that a significant chunk of your progress when you go through each time can't be saved. And that just always has bugged me in those games.
Which means incremental progress.
Or no progress
to some
at all.
extent, that was why I couldn't really stick with Kingdoms of Amalur, which is apparently a pretty decent game, and I played a few hours of it, but it is in every respect an MMO, except that nothing accrues outside of the MMO. So,
Yeah.
so it's like this is close to another type of game where you get a more concrete form of accrual, but it doesn't quite accrue in the same way. So it was like constant frustration.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There was a lot of stuff I liked about Kingdoms of Amalur, but yeah, the fact that it started life as an MMO and you can see the rings when you cut it.
Yeah.
It is a single player MMO.
Like, I don't mind single player. I play mostly single player games, but they all have a sense of permanence to them. When I press the save button on the pause screen,
well, but what I'm talking about is not just something as simple as just the permanence, but the discrepancy between what it feels like should be happening and what is actually happening.
yeah,
Like, because in the case of a non-accruing roguelike, It's like, well, you feel like you've gone to all of this effort and none of it sticks. It all just falls off the wall. And then I compare it to Kingdoms of Amalur because Kingdoms of Amalur is just sort of like the same thing moved one notch along. It feels like you've done all the normal accrual things for an MMO account, but none of it is actually accruing in an MMO account. It's not like, it's not public, it's not indefinite, it's all constrained.
Yeah. There's and for a lot of these roguelites as well, there's also no sense of just getting better at the game. Even if you are getting better at the basic gameplay going through, it doesn't feel as good because of the randomized nature of everything you get, and it doesn't feel
It's
like
like,
you're
oh
going
well,
as
I'm
fast.
I'm finally making progress at using weapon X, and then it's like, okay, so you're not going to get that for the next, 5 runs. Enjoy.
Yeah, it feels more like you're playing a slot machine than you're getting good at the game or accruing progress in the typical number go up way.
Yeah. Like, there is a balance that can be struck, but most of them just don't.
Like Binding of Isaac was awful for this. Like
Oh yeah.
its upgrades were so dramatic that it just
But
you were playing
oh
a
yeah.
slot machine. You could get really good at that game if you put hundreds and hundreds of hours into it, but every run played so
Mhm.
radically differently that it was hard to get your
Yeah.
feet under you and really
There
sit down and
was
learn it.
only a small amount of items that were actively negative to pick up, and most of those are there by design.
Yeah, and
But
it's
yeah, you could get a run where it's like you get a god mechanic, or sorry, a god combination of items and just wreck shop, or you get utter trash and you die within the first few levels.
yeah. Hades 1 is about the only one of these type of games that has really done it right with enough accrual while without giving up the randomized elements. Where you go in,
Yep.
you unlock a lot of permanent stuff and upgrades for your weapons, and you can focus on those, and you can upgrade stuff that tips the odds of RNG in your favor significantly to getting what you want on a run
Yeah.
to try
So
and progress faster or whatever.
in terms of this one, Vampire Crawlers, it's all about you building your deck, basically. You build combos basically just by playing cards in order of cost, and that's how you rack up your major giant damage numbers. Beyond that, though, it's like you have your zero cost cards, which are all your basic weapons, and you have your one cost, which are your slightly better weapons, and so on, like that. For the most part, each weapon is interchangeable, so you can just mash your way through it. As long
Hmm.
as you're pressing things in roughly the right order, you'll get somewhere. But again, it is a roguelike, so you make the wrong decisions, or sometimes RNG just screws you and you don't get the cards you want, and that's the end of your run. But that said, generally the starting hand or starting deck that each character hands with is more or less fully functional right from the get go.
And that's the thing in Slay the
So
Spire is that drives me nuts when going through it is if you just don't get your build working, you can get RNG screwed so hard,
oh
especially
yeah,
when you're early on and you don't know the full card list.
yes, or you don't even have it unlocked at that point too. In some cases,
Yeah, like if you know what the potential card pool is, this mitigates it significantly, and your ability to deck build gets way better. But starting from scratch, it's just a daunting challenge to build a functional deck in that game.
oh yeah. So yeah, like once you know what to look for and what cards work with others, you can usually figure it out. But sometimes if you want to build like deck A, say a strength deck for one character, and the game just gives you like half of that, and then just stops giving you what you need after that point, that will tank your run. And there is really no way to plan for it. You get what you get.
Yeah, I get some people like that, but it's not how I want to spend my single player time. Usually, it has to be a real
Yeah,
exception that I latch onto that somebody else has recommended to me to even try it.
yeah. So in the case of Vampire Crawls, it's just dumb fun. It's cheap. It's like $10, 10 stray bucks, I should say. So it's like, yeah, you throw it on and you can spend an afternoon messing with it. It does have a wall, I've found. You can grind your way up until the 3rd level, and then at that point you've just kind of hit a stat barrier where you need to go back and grind and just unlock a whole bunch of stuff before you'll be able to proceed through it. If I recall, Vampire Survivors itself was like that as well. You kind of hit a wall.
Well, it's hard to tell in those games if you hit a wall or you just aren't getting the god
Suck.
tier items.
Yeah, and sometimes you just suck. There's that too.
Yeah.
Dead Cells actually was really good for that one.
Well, Dead Cells was one where it had the problem of accrual took forever. You could accrue stuff in Dead Cells, but it took forever to do it. But the upgrades and changes to your gameplay, like there were different weapon types and everything that made the gameplay radically differently. But most of the core movement and what you had to do to deal with all the enemies stayed the same. So you could actually feel yourself getting better no matter what weapon you used. Because
for Dead Cells, unlike a lot of other roguelike games, skill did come into it. Like, if you know how to move your character around and avoid all the attacks and remember the patterns, you could get a lot further.
Yeah, like
regardless of your build.
That game relied heavily on you just playing it over and over again to get better at it. And the accrual was just felt like a bonus.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't stick with that one either because the accrual was so slow.
Yeah. That one is a get good game with accrual. But that said, you could still just get screwed by RNG sometimes.
Yeah, and yeah, it just did have the element of while there was less RNG that would outright kill your run, it could make it significantly harder if you just could not get whatever stats you were going for.
Yes. All right. So that's that. And that's basically my week, really, aside from sitting back and just watching the spurgery about Pragmata.
I am blissfully unaware of the spurgery, and I get the feeling I would like to remain that way.
There's nothing worth knowing about it. It's just all the sort of metastasizing cancer that is social media on full display in finest form.
On one hand, you have people who say, hey, this little girl is cute. I want to protect her because she's cute. And then everyone sees that and just says, oh, no, you want to because you're a PDF.
But the problem is that, like, on a broader level, the problem is that it exposes sort of like there's a significant a significant faction of people who have adopted a worldview which is explicitly that men have no instinct to nurture whatsoever. It's just not a thing. Which is, it's just part of the broader sort of attitude that men are fundamentally defective human beings in some way that has been, pushed by the media since third wave feminism became a thing. That all men are evil, all men are predators, all men are looking to rape and or murder any woman they come across. This is turned into an extension of that. It's like, oh well, there is no man who actually thinks that the little girl is a cute daughter figure because men don't actually think that way, and any man who claims otherwise is actually just trying to disguise the fact that they're a pedophile.
Yes, based on no evidence whatsoever.
Like,
but this is this is like this is not something that's restricted in any way to social media. This percolates through all of the media these days,
and indeed the courts.
Like, I get what you call it. I call it Gooner brain a lot, and that people just can't discuss anything without focusing on whatever sexual aspects they can invent to interject into it. And it drives me bananas.
Well, but the thing is, I don't think that that's the fundamental of that. I don't think that's the fundamental layer of this. I think the fundamental layer of this is like the eternal war since like the late 50s, early 60s to abolish the family. And the easiest way to do that is to completely invalidate the concept of men. because men are way too willing to listen to women's opinions even when they're valueless.
Yes. Anyway, we should move on because time is a factor.
Yep.
Let us dive into the FanFest. Mostly, this is all the stuff that was came out of the keynote. Largely because everything after that was fairly trivial. All the juicy bits were at the start.
Okay. You're gonna have to
So,
lead this. You're the only one that watched it.
yeah. So aside from Yoshi P having technical difficulties and breaking his computer on stage,
As he do.
we got the new expansion. It is called Evercold, and it is set on the 4th.
As an aside, are they just like fundamentally boomer or something? Because I've never seen any other like AAA development studio print out pictures and hold them up on A4.
No, I
And
think that's just a pure Yoshi P thing.
Anytime they try and do anything like remotely normal with a computer, it just doesn't quite work the way they intend.
It breaks. The fact that they also announced the Switch version and Yoshi P just came out with a Switch hooked up to a LAN cable.
Yeah.
Just held that up to the crowd. Dude, what are you doing?
So, Evercold, huh?
Evercold. It's not the greatest name. Let's face it.
The screenshot on the trailer made me go, "Oh no!"
It's the ice level.
Like this.
I'll be honest, I prefer ice levels to lava levels.
I'd rather neither, but I would prefer them both over poison swamps.
The lava level is usually contained to the one-off section. Like there will be the designated lava area or level, and then it will be done with because you can't. It's kind of hard to do the lava expansion.
Have you forgotten how the whole reflections shtick works? Because we are headed for the lava world.
But
it's coming.
but games are so much more willing to do like the ice area and make it
well, because there's actually something to draw from, like as far as real world inspiration goes.
And it's just gonna be all white and all ice physics because they can't help themselves.
Have to have the ice physics. So yeah,
I don't see a problem with that. What I see a problem with the fact is they already did that in Ishgard. Do we really need it again?
That is true.
We actually go back to Ishgard to the Clitium for the final for this next patch, by the way.
I see.
So yeah, it's all the jokes have been told. So just give me one quick moment here.
Speaking of the Clitium, I was blissfully unaware of the double entendre of Funky Munch Bean until I saw somebody on YouTube make jokes about it.
So was I until you mentioned it just now. Now I have to be especially vigilant not to encounter anything else.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this mob tracker is so irrational.
So anyway, right, we start off on the 4th. This is, as they're calling it, the start of the next major story arc, the Godless Realm Saga, they're calling it. It seems like it's going to be all about reuniting the shards in some way.
Have they said anything about the sort of scope that they are projecting for this?
As in how many parts?
Yeah.
As of yet?
Are we looking are we looking at a 10-year saga or not?
We don't know yet. All
Because
we know is
you intimated that they were planning on this being Arc 2 and everybody attempting to forget Dawn Trail ever happened.
Yes. Dawn Trail is not part of Arc 2. Dawn Trail is its own thing. So it's not part of the Hydaelyn arc. It's not part of Godless Realms. It is just Dawn Trail. And like I said last week, the whole point of Dawn Trail at this point seems to have been get the key, go to the shards. That's what the entire expansion and thing boils down to.
Let's see.
It wasn't worth it.
It was not worth it.
I mean, I know that there's been a sort of this long running assumption that, like, well, ever since Shadowbringers, the goal has fundamentally been establish a road between the two. That's the path forward. That's where we want to
Yeah.
go. But I don't think it was worth the Tiger Princess.
No, but it seems like she's going to be put in a box.
I hope she stays there forever.
Stay in the box. Do not come out of the box.
Lease her in that palace and don't let her out.
Yes.
That's step one.
That is step one.
Okay,
we've got
they're not
2
selling
new
me with
jobs
the
being
environment.
announced.
But have they shown
Yeah.
any environments that are not snow and ice?
Have they shown any in-game anything?
A few
Because
bits and pieces.
I didn't watch it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Because well, the blurb is that the ground turned to ice, so they retreated from it, and now they all live in the sky.
Yeah, everyone lives in the sky now. So you've got
Just-
floating islands, which
is
have various...
exactly that is the whole premise of Artanelico, except in Artanelico, the ground didn't turn to ice; it turned into an acid swamp.
That is significantly worse.
I bet Miyazaki had something to do with this.
He probably did. It sounds exactly like the sort of thing he would do. So, yeah, everyone lives up on the islands in the sky, and among them are also stupidly big ruins. And walking among those stupidly big ruins are stupidly big kaiju as well, which walk on the ice. They've shown them, and they look strange. They're kind of white colossi things.
Mm-hmm.
I still feel like there's going to be a lot to prove for this concept, because even though they never like they never set up anything in Final Fantasy which added like any kind of ethical valence to dark and light. Really, like they tried to diffuse that quite early on. The fact is that they still traded on the fact that it exists. There was something uncanny about the light being bad in the case of the first. Like that was something they traded on very heavily, and you can see that the sort of like self-consuming culture of where Zero comes from was also, you know, it's got a type of ethical valence associated with it as well. But there's no such thing for the sort of the classical Final Fantasy elements. So like how they go about making, you know, the ice sort of like culturally compelling is going to be sort of challenge, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we see ice all the time, and it's completely neutral.
It's just ice. It's just there.
I mean, it's
well, I mean, it's completely neutral for people who live in places where ice actually can happen, without
True.
the world ending. I expect that Fern doesn't see a lot of ice, and I expect
I generally don't.
Ara still has to check on the Waho if he sees ice.
Yep.
But ice is incredibly mundane to me.
Yeah. Stupidly big kaijus, though, I assume, are not. So they were kind of vague about a lot of stuff surrounding that because they don't want to provide story spoilers, obviously. Which is also likely why they didn't show the ice zone. Because whatever is down below that cloud layer is probably going to be big time spoilers.
Well, I mean, their entire world and civilization was down there.
Yeah. So it's going to be important.
I mean, like
what they do have above the snow and floating on the islands, though, is both greenery and old mechanical ruins.
They seem to like talking about trees a lot.
They do like talking about trees a lot. It's kind of weird.
Like at least with Wuwa, when like we're currently in the snow level expansion, but they had the courtesy to open it with the nice diverse environments of the areas around the academy, which are all kinds of sci-fi trippy.
Well, I mean, but the principle there is similar though, right? Like everybody lives down there in the cavern because up here on the surface, it's basically uninhabitable since the cataclysm of the axial shift during the lament. Like it's fundamentally the same story.
Yeah.
So yeah, didn't see anything regarding their break glass moments for Final Fantasy VII. So maybe that was just a FanFest thing, and for the
Instead,
segue
they broke the
content.
Evangelion glass.
They broke the Evangelion glass, which is weird.
I mean, that's a pretty big one to break. Of all your crossovers and
is.
collabs, that's the one. That's like, you know,
Let's go down into the crypt and excavate something.
like, you know, it's the level of desperation that signals something's wrong. That, you know, the only thing that signals something's wrong more is what's the joke that anytime something collabs with Persona 5, it goes EOS.
Yeah, like Persona 5 is like the town bicycle for collabs.
It really is. So that's what we're getting for plot. A lot of what's happening in there is going to be explained in the joint patch that explains where the story starts.
Evangelion is sort of like the busted up last generation's town bicycle for collabs.
Yeah.
Hey, they're handing it off to Yoko Taro to continue it.
It's true.
Like,
It's true.
Of all people who could continue a mind fuck like that, I mean, Yoko Taro is probably the only one qualified.
like I'm not sure you can still have Ava if Hideki Anno's not writing it, but Yoko Taro's your best bet.
Well, I mean, the thing is that it was originally a product with severe mental instability. So if you need to emulate that with somebody who can actually show up to work, Yoko Taro is probably the only one.
Yeah, his flavor of mental instability is autism doesn't quite cover it.
No.
It's better than having to constantly do wellness checks on the director.
Is he still there? Is he drunk himself to death yet? No? Okay, we're good.
No, you'll just see him rolling around on the floor with his big dumb mask on.
Yeah. All right, so that's as far as plot goes so far. They've been, like I said, they're being very deliberately vague on plot because spoilers, obviously. All right, as far as new content, 2 new jobs, a tank and a physical range deeps, which is more or less what everyone had kind of expected.
I
Can they
can't
not though?
I can't get excited for them when we already only have 3 jobs in the game.
We're like well past job saturation at this point, and well
Yeah.
into the realms of it's just getting ridiculous.
Yeah, like
Maybe just slow down and refine what we got, hey?
I'll just stop.
Or fix them at all. Like just you don't need more classes. What you need is classes that are actually compelling.
I saw something in those bullet points that maybe you can elaborate on, Fern. I don't know if you're at that point yet.
I think that they're keeping everything so secret that they probably can't elaborate. He probably can't elaborate on anything.
They did talk a fair bit about class overhauls.
Yeah, so there's this thing.
Yeah, but everybody, just as a preface, everybody at the start of every MMO expansion in every MMO throughout the industry calls every type of change to a class an overhaul.
Yeah, so the bit of detail that we have is they're letting you keep playing the classes as they are now in a Realm Reborn mode, but they're also reworking all the other classes to have what's called the evolved mode or whatever it's called.
Yes.
What is
seems
that?
Like that seems like a completely balmy approach for starters, because how are you not just doubling your workload instead of just like fixing what you've got?
That's the thing. Nobody expects them to continue it beyond this expansion. Well, it's going to be a one and done transition, and then that'll be it. It goes away.
I mean, well, I guess that has to be sort of like subject to review though, because like if everybody like spits the evolved mode out of their mouth, are they going to just cling to it and bull on, or are they going to backpedal and say, okay, so this was a terrible idea? Because either option is possible based on past behavior.
Yeah. And having both options there means they could do either.
What I'm reading here, it seems like evolve. They're saying evolve mode will be very slightly uh better than a Realm Reborn mode, although they
Which really
insist.
does seem like they're trying to force the issue.
Yeah, and
Just a bit, yeah.
they're saying the difference will be negligible. I don't believe them. And they're going to the world's it saying here? Okay, so it's saying that the evolve mode will be address at least one of the very many complaints I have currently, which is button bloat. Yeah.
Button
So
bloat.
it
That's
might
the
actually
big
be
one they needed to
controller.
address.
Might actually be controller compatible. I tried several times actually to learn to play on the controller, but I just it just ended up feeling like a chore even getting set up.
Yeah, you just can't. Unless you're there right from the very beginning with the controller, transitioning from keyboard to controller is just it doesn't happen.
There's just no way for me to find anything that felt even remotely natural.
Like,
Yeah.
I'll swear by controller for movement, but yeah, it has issues.
Oh, it has definitely got shoes. So their goal here is to bring each class down to around 16 buttons. And they're doing that by, first and foremost, your 1-2-3 combo for everyone is just one button now.
Glory, hallelujah.
Yeah,
Is this going to end up being like when they took away the Sentry Totem, though?
Well, the button's still, as long as the button's still there.
They didn't promise that.
That's true. They could prune it.
For all we know, it's just going to be a case of, okay, so we're going to bind all of your cooldowns to one button which has a 2-minute cooldown. So you've just got the Uber cooldown button now.
Mm-hmm.
And all of your abilities that are prerequisites to other abilities are now bound together. Okay, so you've got that now. Like, if all they do is this, then the actual act of playing is going to become rather banal in and of itself without actual review of the way the classes operate. Because really that's the core problem. Like, button bloat is a pain, but it's not the philosophical problem.
I think you could use this as a starting point for design. Problem is I don't have faith in them to do it the right way.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing though, right? Like, it's not that you can't do that. It's, are they doing that? Do they recognize the problem and are they going to follow through on trying to solve it? Or are they just going to just solve button bloat and then call jobs good?
Yeah, so they have the real problem is homogenization. That's the root cause of where all the complaints are coming from. Button bloat and
let's be real, virtually every tank could probably get by on about 6 buttons.
Yeah, like you already can, I'm pretty sure, macro the main weapon skill rotation to one button with add-ons, and then just have your ability buttons, and you can even set those up so they transform.
During Legion, I played one button Brewmaster. Like, I literally just had yourself. I literally macroed everything onto one button, and it was better than I was.
Yeah, remember there was a time in Burning Crusade when one button Beastmaster Hunter did so much more DPS than all the other DPSs at Karazhan tier gear levels because the other classes couldn't catch up.
Just so damn stupid. So, all right. So aside from what they're doing, they're squishing everything down. If you want to play as an autist, you still can. That option still remains.
Yeah, but the thing is that people are going to want to. People who are autists are autistic for optimal play. They're not autistic for spreadsheeting. Like, being autistic for spreadsheeting is a side effect of being autistic for optimization. That's the order of operations here.
Yeah, if the buffs, as they say, are going to make any sort of difference, then people would just go to evolve mode. Period. End.
So it doesn't matter if it's 1% or 0.1% or 0.001%. People are going to go for the optimal. Because, I mean, even if you can't optimize to that degree, you've got more slop that way.
Yes. So it looks like what they're aiming for is to make sure that each class at least has one unique mechanic.
I mean, that would be
this
is another one of those definitions problem, though, right? Because every character has their own gauge. Are they going to classify that as a mechanic?
I mean,
well, no.
We expect juice bars, but they need to actually play difference, have a difference of gameplay cadence and feel. And that needs to go beyond animations and a different flavor juice bar.
Well, step 1 is they've killed the 2-minute meta. It's dead.
That's good. It needs to stay dead. It needs to stay dead. that was a metastasization
know,
of
I
their
think
homogenization, but we were.
I think that the 2-minute meta is like evolving to become a crab, though. Like it'll be back. It might not look the same, but it'll be back.
It'll be back. It'll be the 1.5 minute meta or something. But so yeah, they've all those buffs, the rotation that they needed to go through in order to maintain the 2-minute window for everyone. That's all gone. All those buffs are just gone. So all the jobs can now run at their own cadence until they change it. So that was step one. Giving something unique to each job is step two. So for the paladin is the one that they showed off the most, where your tanking cooldowns are now more timing based. So if you take a hit with a cooldown up, you get your a counter attack to go with it. But if you hit the cooldown right before the attack lands, you get an improved version of that counter attack.
Oh boy, because this is the other thing that I was going to say. Final Fantasy has a lot of headway in designing stuff as first steps with dehomogenizing the classes and doing all this stuff and making the buttons simpler. The problem is the obvious way to do that is with stuff like that. And the issue here is, this is Final Fantasy XIV, where even if you play in America on the American servers, you're playing roulette with the latency on the server.
You've spotted it. Yep.
And
the window they showed them actually doing for it was pretty generous. Like,
I mean,
it wasn't.
Yeah, when it gets to a certain level of generosity, though, it ceases to be a mechanic.
Yeah, it's just you're just doing the thing.
Yeah,
as long as you don't
especially
hit it as
because
soon as the tank buster pops up, you're fine.
Especially because the design philosophy for bosses in FF14 is the dance. Like everything is going to happen at a particular time.
Yep.
Yeah. And like
that was another one of their arguments for getting rid of the 2-minute meta, though, is to change the cadence of the dance.
Yeah, the dance had shoes with the 2-minute meta locking it in place, but the bigger thing that's killing the 2-minute meta is going to force them to do, hopefully, in addressing part of the issue. If they backpedaled on the 2-minute meta, they hang on. Boost. Then they can't stick with the idea that some classes are just going to, all classes need to be as good as each other and we need to keep them as balanced as humanly possible. We need to obsess over it to the point that we lose track of everything else.
Well, the eye level thing should diffuse that impulse a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, that the simple fact of the matter is, if you take everybody off the same global time scale, like 2 minutes or a minute and a half or whatever metas, there are going to be fights that some classes just do better in, and you just have to live with that as a developer.
Class X got to use its cooldown 4 times, where Class Y only gets to use it 3, type of thing.
Yeah, or Class A has its window come up at like a minute 40 if it does it optimally. But this fight goes into the transition phase at a minute 30.
I feel like the problem has become a lot more acute than that, though. At this point, like it's more like, do you play the sodding painting class or not? Like that's the actual operative question now.
It do be like that.
Yeah, Pictomancer, from what I understand, has been busted all throughout Dawn Trail, and by busted I mean they've tried to balance everything, but it's consistently, at least I think its best balancing was like it was within 5% of all the other caster DPS. So
above,
yes. But it was still at the top end when it was only 5% higher.
Well, it's because it's functionally a class that didn't have to obey the 2-minute meta. Like that, it's like everybody else does, but they don't, because they get to decide on their own timings for a lot of things.
Yeah, they can just stockpile their junk.
You sort of gave them, you gave them like a kernel level advantage over every other class.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will fix that problem at least.
Yeah,
maybe.
So they talk about Paladin having counter attacks and all that. That's good and all. Okay, I can probably find a way to work with that if the window's big enough that I don't have to play too much server roulette. They already had Paladin with a unique mechanic, and I'm kind of wondering what they're going to do with that mechanic now that they've taken it away from Summoners and Paladins. That Summoners and Paladins were the dot classes.
Yeah, Bard is the dot class now.
Yeah, Bard is the only one with dots left. They've taken them away from everybody else.
So those are the classes they showed. They showed Paladin to start with, then they moved on to the Green Deeps, the White Mage, and
As an aside, because I'd never played any of the dot classes in
Mhm.
FF14, were they snapshotting or not? Like, how does this work?
It depended on the dot.
it did,
Oh,
and it was
fantastic.
inconsistent.
Because
Most
I can see that, like, based on which things snapshot and which things don't, if you try and design around the 2-minute meta, it's just going to be a complete nightmare. That's
yeah,
probably why
Yeah.
they started getting rid of them.
yeah. Old Confettier and Old Circle of Scorn did.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no, Circle of Scorn did not. But the red weapon skill that you could enter combo with that wasn't the normal finisher, that one did. So you had one that didn't and two that did for your 3 primary dots.
Yeah. Summoner, I think, was a bit more consistent.
I think Summoner
But that's alright.
snapshotted with most things. I think only like one thing
Most
didn't.
things. Yeah. So yeah. So that's that. They're putting it down. Next class they showed was the White Mage, and it looks more or less the same,
I mean, there's
but they are changing it so all of your offensive spells are instacast. So you can plant your feet
This-
and focus on your healing, and then just weave your attacks in between them.
I
I think that the problem is not with the class though at that stage. Like the problem with healers, like it progressed much further than that, right?
Yeah.
That was no longer the problem with healers by the end. The problem was not, oh, well, all the classes are the same. Now that was true, but the problem had grown so much bigger than that. And the problem with it was that healers were a terrible idea, generally. Not only were they all the same, but you were basically a crappy DPS that had this other one thing that you had to do once in a while, and everybody was expected to be able to take care of themselves. Like healing itself was not a thing you did, and you only did it if something went wrong, basically.
yeah,
Yes.
it got to a point in mid by the point of mid Endwalker, all the way through Dawn Trail. If the tank can't keep themselves alive, they're a bad tank.
Yeah. Or they're just horribly undergeared.
Like I would still put HOTS
Um,
on the tank because I didn't trust my tanks,
Yes.
or I didn't trust the latency of the server. One of the two.
But they didn't go into a whole lot of detail. They just said they want White Mage to focus on healing now. So take of that what you will.
It is an interesting idea. I'm not sure I would have done it with White Mage. White Mage's kind of whole identity is casting stuff. It doesn't feel. It feels like somebody else would have fit that better. I don't know who. Maybe like Scholar or something would have been okay to do your instant cast offense stuff if they're doing
I
it
would
for.
probably put that on
Well,
stage.
the thing is
honestly.
that the scholars, like the scholars' lore was based around them being battlefield tacticians rather than healers, so
Mhm.
it kind of would have made a bit more sense there.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I like doing the Green Deep stuff in Baja with the and getting the build that lets me do the instant cast stuff, but it's kind of that way because it's special.
Yeah.
If
So
that
that seems like just the Green Deeps is now how White Mage do now.
I mean, it could work out okay if you make that just the standard and routine. I'm not. I don't know. I'm kind of out of the game loop to give an accurate judgment on that, but I don't know if going with it was fun in Baja, so I guess we'll just do it as standard now is the best idea to take a design philosophy. We'll see.
It's probably honestly, I don't think it was the best healer for them to showcase. Period. Because White Mage has always just been vanilla healer.
Well,
Well, but I think that does make them the best because you need to get that right because it's going
You
to be
do need to
setting the
get that
tone
right.
for everything else.
yeah,
Yes.
Like the white mage needs to feel like a white mage and not a glare mage.
Yes.
yeah, Astro is if they showed that, like that entire stream is going to be people trying to overanalyze what the F the cards are doing this time because
Well, the stupid thing with Astro is they already got Astro right and then they undid it.
They got it right and then they got it wrong again.
I'm so mad. I want my late Shadowbangers Astro back.
The same
class-
same applied to Dark Knight though, right? Like most long-time Dark Knight players feel that they had it right. They just needed to tweak some numbers, and then they just obliterated and made them the same as everybody else, except slightly worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to the blandness. All right, next job they showed off was Dragoon.
This
who
is the one
is
that badly
very,
needs it.
very, very, very heavy on the positionals again.
Is that really the only tool they've got in the toolkit?
For
Because
Dragoon, it is.
there-
Yes.
there are umpteen classes that use positionals.
Well, they were slowly
say
pruning
that.
them out. Like it was getting very like classes would have like one, maybe two positionals.
Yeah, but this is like, oh well, they're just turning the clock back. Then okay, well,
Yeah,
that's
and also
not really the issue. The issue is that the issue with Dragoon was not that they took the positionals out.
They took
Although that
everything
was an
away.
issue. The issue is that the class has no mechanics. You just go from button A to B to C to D to E, and that's it.
yeah. So this time they build up your mechanic. You build up your combo and ultimately pull it off with a giant, flashy, stay up in the air for way too long type jump, which is also doubles as a defensive cooldown. It doesn't stop you from getting whopped, but it significantly reduces the degree of whoppage.
See,
while you're up in the sky. The biggest thing I think in their favor that I saw from what was on their bars, True North does not exist anymore. True North is the button you press when you have to do a positional every time because it's got a short cooldown.
But how do they? Well, how are they going to balance war bosses then? Because they love war bosses. They're just going to make everything not matter again. No,
yeah.
so basically, war bosses that they do, 3 of them per raid or whatever, are going to. Oh well, all the mechanics from this class are positional, so I guess they're all gone for this fight.
Oh, they did that already.
Well, isn't that how it is now?
Yeah,
that's how it is now.
That's already how it
war
works.
bosses just ignore positions.
I know, but this is what we're talking about, them trying to put mechanics back in. But if their solution to putting mechanics back in is to put in a mechanic they're going to immediately obviate, well, what's the point?
Are they going to stop making war bosses? That would actually be nice.
Actually, I don't
and
mind.
The Evangelion crossovers.
I mean, I don't mind wall bosses. Like you can do some fun stuff with wall bosses. The one in Pandemonium was pretty good. Whatever that one with the webs on either side of it, you got to run off.
Red Girl,
yeah, that one was good.
IMO.
Yeah.
And honestly, I liked the cathedral spider. That thing was weird and fun. But yeah, so True North actually does still exist in the Dragoon toolkit. You just need to build your combo into it. So it's not just a free. Yeah, it's just not just a free thing you do anymore.
But all that means is that you're going to end up with the class is just going to be an exercise in spreadsheeting to make your True North land on the phase where you can't manipulate your position because they're definitely going to have one.
Yes.
None of these things are like intrinsic additions of mechanics to the class. They're just like, oh well, you have to do a different version of the 2-minute meta spreadsheeting.
Yes.
Enjoy. Like that. This is not really a mechanic. This is just about boss timings.
Yeah. The final one they showed is the bird. And yes, they've gotten rid of a lot of raid-wide buffs and stuff now to kill the 2-minute meta. But that's kind of the Bard's whole thing now.
Yeah,
full-on support. So you doot and you shoot. And after you doot, you get a big attack to go after that doot. So it becomes a game of...
Did they give Bard the hunting horn?
I mean, that's really what they should be doing. They doot and they shoot. But it looks like Bard is more or less going to devolve down into watching timers, making sure your buffs are all up at the time.
I mean, that's already what it does.
It's kind of what Bard
none of these overhauls are sounding like changes so far.
So yeah.
Like that's literally what Bard does right now. It makes it tracks the timing on its songs and switches songs at the appropriate time to make sure buffs are maintained optimally with uptime. And it puts its dots on that all snapshot. So you snapshot your dots as hard as you can, and you go to town with your rotation. Like that's Bard. Or at least that's Bard when I left at the end of in Dawn Trail. Early Dawn Trail.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's the previews they showed. It's nothing groundbreaking, honestly. It's like, yeah, okay, that's nice.
They're not going to capture anybody's attention with any of this. Like, this is just all empty promises so far.
Oh yeah, and because it's still early days, none of this is set in stone yet.
It's all very well them promising to do class revamps, but if this is the most that they can describe, if this is the most creative that they can be, they can't, bring anything more to the table than this. Well, I don't really see why anybody would believe that they're capable of doing class revamps, because they haven't even said anything like slightly ambitious.
No, nothing really. They've killed the button bloat. Great, yes. You should have been doing that from a while ago now.
But that doesn't change how the classes play. It just changes the ease of play.
Yes. So now you don't need spider fingers in order to play. Okay, great. How does the
Like,
class actually play?
if I was giving a keynote talk about this type of thing, I would want to bring at least like one major class mechanic to the table to demonstrate this is how far out there we're going. This is how much character we can bring with these mechanical revamps. I wouldn't just say,
Mhm.
"Oh, well, here's all these things these classes are already doing, but trust us, guys, it's going to be better this time."
Yeah, like there's the same criticism I pointed at White Mage for. These are 4 of probably the most vanilla jobs.
Yeah. Well, here's the real thing that's going to make it very obvious once the expansion comes out. If I can set up my bars identically on 2 tanks and 2 healers with the same functional spells that do the exact same thing, this is where my weapon combo goes. This is where my off cooldown abilities go that are less than 30 seconds. This is where my ones that go that are more than 30 seconds. These are my defensive. This is my area for defensive stuff, and this is my long, bigger stuff cooldowns that go, on this side for emergencies only. Like, if I can set that up exactly the same on every single class, because well, they're all functionally the same thing on every single roll, then we got a problem. If I can't do that, they're at least moving in the right direction. But I don't. We can't judge any of that if that's going to happen from a speech for one of these FanFest presentations.
It's just like, I
Ultimately,
think that they should have tried to bring something hype. I mean, come on.
yeah, bring one of the
The-
more wacky classes out and show that off.
And given
Their subscription numbers should show them that they need to get people hyped this time, because most of the player base is jaded like we are.
yeah,
So that's that. There's still a lot we don't know, and honestly, we probably won't know until we actually get our hands on it.
I think it's a misstep. What they need right now is to get people super hype.
Yeah.
I mean,
The other problem is of course, they're stretching things out over 3 fan fests, which is annoying and frustrating, and I wish they'd not do it.
yeah, the amount of stuff on
Yeah,
that list that says coming at Berlin Fan Fest, coming at Tokyo Fan Fest,
Yeah. Honestly, I think they would have been better served is like, okay, this is the Anaheim Fan Fest. Let's just make it all about the classes. Let's just
I
place
think
everything out.
that's all sounds to me like their marketing department is just as ossified as the rest of the company, and they just can't think of any other way to do things. They just have to do it the same way every single time.
Yeah.
And
Which annoys people.
the sort of the circumstantial applicability of a particular marketing strategy just doesn't seem to come into the equation, because I think that I keep saying, I think that what they really need now is a bump. They really need people to suddenly be hype, and I don't think that for a lot of people, just the fact is that there's a new expansion coming is going to be sufficient.
It is an expansion without Wuklamart. That's an improvement.
I mean, well,
That's true, but you can't market easily on absences. You need to have
No, that's
features,
true. You got to have something to show for it.
And it's an indictment against you as a company if the best thing that you can say is we took something out.
Yes, something very annoying and whiny.
see Blizzard with all their expansions post Cataclysm.
We took out another Horde leader.
We introduced a new Mechanic Last expansion. We took it out this time, guys.
I mean, I don't miss like expertise molding, but it was a mechanic, and they took it out and they didn't replace it with anything.
Yeah. All right, so let's keep skimming down a lot of this really quick. First thing of other big note they're doing is they are killing the daily system, and looks like killing Poetics as well.
I mean, this could be good or bad. That's people. The more classes and the more time passes in that game, the more junk there is to play catch up on.
Yeah, so as part of that, they are overhauling how the armory system works. So now all you need to do is gear one job, and then you can just copy the item level over to everything else.
It's
So
interesting.
you don't need to go and regrind all the gear.
I mean, this is just for Savage Raiders, basically. Like,
Basically,
this
yeah.
is why. That's why it was introduced. It was introduced for Savage Raiders, but
It's a
for,
it's a quality
for
of life
everybody
for
else,
everyone else.
it's quality of life coupled with reduced replayability because you've got one less thing to grind for, which is both a good thing and a bad thing in an MMO. Because what are you
order
going to invest
to-
that time in instead?
The season, as they are calling it. It's a battle pass, except it's free.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, it's just it's terminological jiggery pokery. This, what is the meaning to your gameplay loop?
Mm.
That's what you need to cover. Like, it's not enough to just keep naming things instead of like actually putting features on the box. I
Yeah.
mean, come on, I'm still waiting to hear about something that is like, this is something that is cool and unique. Not, we took out this annoying thing, we took out that annoying thing, we took out this grind. Like, where is the features? The features. I want to hear about the features.
Now you gotta wait for Berlin for that.
But we got a fancy new UI here for adventure activity. What?
Yeah, basically that's just your weekly do things hub. So it just gives you a bigger list of stuff to go and do, and you just rack up points and you get rewards for it. And you can also get gear for it.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
And apparently you can also unlock Savage gear through it, but I'm not entirely sure how that sort of works.
that's dangerous.
That is dangerous.
I mean, I'm a fan of them
I
switching
assume
switching to a weekly model from a daily model is a much better idea in general because there are some people that are just busy during the weekdays. A lot of people, in fact,
we have to adopt.
are just busy during the weekdays, but they might have the weekend off, and that's when they can play Vidya. And if
Yeah.
if you do a weekly system, they can do a binge on the weekend, and everything's hunky dory. They can devote their time to that game if they want to make it their main game, and everything's cool. That's a good idea. All this other stuff attached to it, they're gonna have to show it in practice.
Yeah, you got more splaining to do, and they admit that they got a lot of splaining to do on this, but
And-
because
Do they got a lot of explaining to do because they are pacing the reveals, or because they actually don't know?
Like, I get the feeling there that
bit of both.
I get the feeling that it probably took until about 7.3, 7.4 for the numbers to really settle home with them that and they are now frantically trying to do stuff and address a bunch of the stuff that they have been complacent on. And they may not have it all nailed down yet.
Yeah, they're still working on it.
I don't have any evidence for that. I just got a vibe.
All right. The rest of it is a lot of really quick fire stuff. A free trial expanded to include shadow bangers, so now you can play the best of the game without paying any for it. They're
Mhm.
doing action skins, which is basically what Blizzard did with glyphs that they immediately forgot about. Just changes the animation of one of your actions. You can unlock all those, and presumably they'll all be in the cash shop.
I mean, the only legitimate reason to ever install the glamour mod was to give yourself the Dante moveset on Dark Knight.
Damn right. Or the Gundam set for Machinist.
Yeah, like those are really cool.
Some of them are absolutely amazing, actually.
I
It's really good.
I get the feeling they're not going to go that over the top with these, which is a shame
No, it's
because these mods were made by people for free.
yeah. They haven't actually shown it. They only showed a couple of screenshots, and it looks like okay, it's just a different style of jump on your dragoon.
Yeah,
It's not a massive change. Your character just does something different, but mechanically it's still the same. So
yeah. This is where their position on mods is going to bite them in the butt, I think, because there are infinitely better class mods out there that people are willing to make that look way cooler and are way more all-encompassing and fun to put together, and they're free.
are free. Although, admittedly, most of them completely over the top in terms of visual noise.
Probably, and you can't show them to your friends, I suppose, but
No,
Honestly, how many people in Final Fantasy XIV had the spell effects of others cranked up to the max anyway?
that's true. But being blinded by your own spell effects is a problem as well. So yeah, you can just you can interact with that system, or you can play with mods and just not talk about it. Let's see, system requirements. System requirements are going to remain the same, except PS4. I think is getting phased out.
All right, they dropped Windows 10 support, didn't they?
Yeah, but also no.
Like, yeah.
It's the same thing that everyone is basically doing at this point because, well, most of our user base is still on Windows 10. We can't drop it. And frankly, you shouldn't drop Windows 10 because Windows 11 is god awful.
I just love the government of the world, all of them being able to view everything I do with a simple request to Microsoft. I just love random updates that blue screen my system and make me have to reinstall Windows.
Yep. What else we got? Player matchmaking is now across region rather than server cluster.
That's dangerous.
It is, because now it means we have to interact with the people on Crystal.
That, but it also means that you're going to get some wild latencies out there.
Oh my, yes.
It also is indicative of, I wonder what their player population's like if they're having to pull that card.
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't just... Duty Finder at the moment is just a slog. Unless you're playing a tank, it is going to take you forever to find a group.
Well, that is in part because of how toxic the Final Fantasy XIV player base is to tanks in general.
Yes.
Like, a group never wants to have one of their members play as the tank. And very rarely is it just a couple dudes trying to level up their DPS classes. And even if it is, it's going to be people that have their own ideas about how tanking needs to be done, and you're going to tank the way they want, or they're going to pitch a hissy fit.
Really? Is that what they do? Because I always queue as a tank and I turn the chat pane off.
Like, I can count the number of good experiences I've had as a tank. I have enough fingers and toes.
I leave the chat pane on when I'm playing DPS, but other ones it's not really that important. Okay, like the chat pane is only useful in main scenario roulette where you're looking to shoot the shit.
Yeah, everyone's just telling really dumb jokes and stuff.
I mean, I haven't had too many bad experiences with most of the time. I would say it hasn't been all that bad, but I feel like it's pretty much just luck because I make absolutely no effort to go at the pace people want me to go at, and it's like, wow, you guys have DPS queues, so how are you going to gamble? Because I don't need to gamble. I can do what I want.
I'm just here to do my thing.
Like, the first thing I would do whenever I queued up as a tank, inspect the healer. Are they good?
Yeah.
How confident am I that they can handle me going full retard? Okay, here we go. Oh, I died. Less of a problem when we got to the Dawn Trail when, everybody was functionally immortal. But,
well, yeah. All right. And with that, unfortunately, that's my time up.
Oh, no.
So I gotta go to work, and I don't wanna.
All right. Well, I guess we can keep keeping an eye on it, and if I'll let Fern be the one that keeps watching it, because I'm... Ugh. Ain't anywhere near, Chief. What I need.
I mean, I feel like there are at least people in the studio who understand something of what is wrong. And I don't mean about any of the specifics, but I mean like the vibe of the thing. Because if you watch like the trailer, it feels more like a Final Fantasy XIV trailer in a way that Dawn Trails felt like they'd let some lunatic take control of the direction.
Mm-hmm.
Like the trailer for this one actually seems like a Final Fantasy game.
Yes.
And it has very much they're like very, very, very self-consciously going back to the old sort of positioning of these are the Scions and the Warrior of Light, and they're going on an adventure.
You know, after they
As
tried
opposed
to
to
retire
Dawn
the
Trail.
Scions like 4 times.
Yes. We're going on summer holiday, except the only person who got a holiday was Estinian.
Well, the thing is that I don't think that was necessarily a bad idea. The problem is that
wasn't.
they didn't execute on it with any kind of sincerity
Mm-hmm.
or competence, for that matter. Like,
Yeah.
I think that there's real meat on the bones of the idea that once you save the world, all of a sudden you have a target on your back because you are now part of an ultra influential faction who has shown that they can shake the cosmos, and everybody's going to either want a piece of that or to defuse you as a potential threat. Like that whole logic makes sense. So them basically, soft going into hiding makes a lot of sense from a lore perspective, but they
Mhm.
didn't follow through. They just decided to do sort of flippant and twee shit all the time.
Yes. Well, the meaty stuff was happening off screen.
No, the meaty stuff was in the tacos that they
Meaty
kept
stuff was-
talking about
BJ
all the time.
Tacos.
How would you know? BJJ stepped on it.
That's your custom delivery quest line, by the way. Now it's just all tacos all the time.
It's the only thing of substance they got.
It's tacos. Anyway, I gotta run away.
All right.
Literal.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Okay. Yeah.
I just don't. I don't think that they. I think that at the developmental level, they know something is wrong, but they don't have the foggiest how to address it.
Yeah, I think honestly they've gone in too deep into the homogenization well, and they're just now starting to realize why that's a problem, and it's probably too late with the game. With his like the fact that they're adding 2 more classes just shows they aren't going where they need to.
They're just married to the old way of doing things. They're adding 2 classes because they always add 2 classes, not because the game needs 2 classes.
Yeah, like
I mean, I'm the problem is, right? Like, the problem is that the average Final Fantasy 14 player is not the same average Final Fantasy 14 player that we sort of expect them to be for like the first generation of people who played MMOs, who waded through the zesty clam meat on Thoughtbot, etc.
yeah.
Like that's not what we're dealing with anymore. What they have a vested interest in marketing to a fan base that is functionally indistinguishable from the Hoyo fan base.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably they are gayer, but it's only arguable.
I mean, I saw the forums thread. I think 14 might be the gayest fan base for any active live service game out there.
My suspicion is that the reason that Emerus decided that he needed to move the guild to Proudmoore was because Proudmoore is the gayest server in World of Warcraft. Just putting that out there.
That was all long after I'd quit. So I don't know. Server cultures were just which ones had the most drama back in the day. Like I was on Dramaton because we were particularly infamous for it, and you had the asshole servers, the drama servers, the relatively normal servers, and the PvP servers, which were a grab bag depending on what time of day it was.
Thought you were on Bleeding Hollow.
I was on that one too.
Was it as bad?
No, Dramaton was worse.
I was originally on Bartholus, and Bartholus was sort of the middle child amongst the servers. Like the spastic script kiddie types were all on which one was it? Frostmourne, I think. And you just absolutely dreaded any time that you grouped with another server and you got somebody from Tychondrius or Mal'Ganis because they were like raging elitists. Nothing you could do would ever be good enough for them.
Yeah. It would be that way, Mr. Stancil. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't like the reveals that I saw. Like I keep saying, there's no features there. There's nothing you can put on the back of the box, which really worries me because either they've got a really wonky marketing plan that I think sounds kind of unwise, where they don't reveal anything until it's too late to get anybody's interest, or they actually don't know what to do. And so they're just like dabbling around the edges instead of making the serious changes the game needs.
I think it's the latter. I can imagine they stuck with their head buried in the sand for so long because they didn't cut like the Western problem people until like around 7.3. In that localization house. Like, and they were a ginormous part of the problem. A lot of it was game direction, but that localization team is the reason we got a whole bunch of the dumb stuff we did, and it's the reason we have Wookla Man.
I mean, the thing is that they've been talking about the urgent need for serious class revamps to restore the job identity since like the like launch live streams for Endwalker. And
So
they spent an entire expansion making the problem significantly worse.
yeah, that like what's weird about it is killing the 2 minute meta makes sense because that was what happened because you let homogenization get out of hand. And by removing it, you're implicitly saying, okay, now we have to make classes, different again. If we don't go with a strict global timer for everything, it opens up a lot of latitude for us to make each class feel, different and have different points where it peaks and different fights where it does well. That's a step in the right direction. But at the same time, all the stuff Fern talked about doesn't sound like it's doing a whole lot to give any
Yeah, well,
class
this
identity
is the
to
thing,
anything.
though, right? Like they're always moving at the pace of continental drift. Like what they need is radicalism at this point, not just say, "Oh, we've had a philosophical change of direction." Like that's not enough. You need to actually make sweeping changes that make it matter that you took the 2 minute meta away instead of just putting everybody on a different timer.
Yeah, like it
I,
it
that's why I keep saying they should have just brought something big. They should have revealed something big, something that will make people think, "Whoa, they really are changing the way they do things. Maybe this will be interesting."
I think they did not realize how much they had to do until we got relatively late in the expansion. I think they were coasting still because it took a few patches before everybody I know stopped playing. It took a few patches for me to stop playing. I kept the house going for a while, and they have this prison system with those houses, and it I don't mention it a whole lot. Well, I do, but it's worth re-emphasizing that the that house, while it is a chain to keep you subscribed, the second you break that chain, going back becomes exponentially harder because of everything you had to give up to quit.
I tend to hold stuff loosely like that once I've let go of it. The reset button is hit. Like I don't care anymore. I can go back if I want to. I mean, I dropped all of my progress on World of Warcraft umpteen times, but the I think that there's a lack of real acknowledgement of how deep the rot went. I think that they think that there was somewhat of a problem, not that the entire game had been undermined for like a course of several expansions worth of development, because they were on the wrong track, getting further and further away from the right target, and there's a long journey to get back. They think that they can, turn around and continue driving the speed limit, as though they won't simply be in a state of decay still, because they've got so much ground to cover.
Oh yeah, if they don't get in there and do some very radical changes, what they're going to wind up with is a game that is, you know, PSO2, the fashion game, where all the degenerates talk in on server 34 or whatever, and that's the only populated server, and you have like 3 groups of people that raid. They're going to be well on their road to becoming that, and nobody wants to become PSO2.
PSO2 is okay.
Well, okay,
New
PSO2.
Genesis not so much.
What I mean is New Genesis. Like I've enjoyed PSO2. There was a lot to like in base PSO2, but New Genesis, that's all it is. Why can I not?
Yeah, I think well, the thing is that in New Genesis they did make radical changes, but they made radical changes nobody asked for.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm more talking about the end state they wound up in, where they made a game that
Yeah, like you really can't go back from that if you rest on your laurels, because you've lost your core audience and replaced it with the Goon Squad.
Yeah, and that's what PSO2's got. And what we got left in Final Fantasy? Well, most of the people that are not, dedicated hardcores on the upper end of clearing Savage every week, or will re-up their sub to clear Savage every week, they're gone. So the medium and light raiders are gone. All the story connoisseurs are almost certainly gone. There, you will get people that are standing for it, but I guarantee you, it's like maybe like 10% of the population that enjoyed the story is hanging around because of what you presented in Dawn Trail.
The problem is it's not 10% of the population that is standing for it, though, because there are actually a huge number of people who do, and it's just like such obvious cope. Like they're there and they're coping furiously. They haven't been able to tear themselves away.
They haven't had the first rip out of the MMO IV drip. Yeah, you got all the people that were enjoying solo content. Well, you kind of abandoned them for most of Dawn Trail. You had solo stuff come out halfway through, but by then the rest of the stuff had all killed it. Like,
yeah, I think that was a case of them. They didn't really understand what they had or how valuable it could be. Like it just seems like the organization that is Creative Business Unit 3 is just too bloated to be productive.
Yeah. Like you had a game.
It just must be that there's just a huge amount of static on the line. So anytime they try and do something, it proceeds at like a glacial pace and only sort of vaguely in the direction they intended. And like small successes simply don't get documented because they get lost in the numbers.
Yeah, like they had a video game that was an MMO for, everybody. The whole game wasn't for every person, but there were parts of the game that you would like as for any given individual if you played video games. Like there was casual content, there was solo content, there was raid content, there's casual content, social content. It was all there and fairly well addressed and maintained together until it wasn't. And it started with, the core game of the classes and the combat starting to go downhill, and then the story went down the shitter. And it all just kept snowballing, and they just... I'm not even sure who they were trying to cater to at the end. Because
the thing is that with a organization that bloated, they probably weren't trying to cater to anybody. They were probably trying to cater to some metric that somebody had decided was the ideal way to measure engagement.
Yeah, and that's just the typical corpo stick up your butt that causes these companies to do dumb things. Like it's felt like before, Creative Business Unit 3 had I don't know if this is the way it actually worked, but it felt like there were a bunch of different teams focused on different types of content for the game. Your raiding development team would make stuff for the raiders, and your casual content would make stuff for the gold saucer and for the casual player. And your event crew would design the events and stuff like that. And it all flowed together, and that it felt like each part of the player base was being adequately addressed. Like it felt like that you had somebody over there focused on working on stuff for you. Now I don't know if that's how their actual development on everything went, but it certainly felt that way because they adequately addressed every group of players and made sure there was something for everybody. And it made a very wide net MMO, which is really hard to do, by the way. Usually, I would recommend companies focus on a niche and stick with it. But 14
I
managed
mean,
to
if
pull
you
off the
manage to
impossible.
bottle lightning like that, why do you then let go?
Like that is a impressive feat. I don't want to understate that because I'm normally, when you hear me talk about stuff, I'm always like, oh yeah, you should really focus on what you want and make the game for the group of players you are focusing on. But not in this case. This is the one exception where an MMO managed to nail it and make a game for everybody. And no matter what mood you were in or what type of player you were, there was something to do.
Even if that something was mahjong.
Yeah, that is true. If I was on a Mahjong kick, I could go play Mahjong. I think Ibu got stupidly high rank in Mahjong.
It's probably like the same, like 15 autists are the only people playing.
Probably. There are probably full Double South games with no Ricci too.
They bottled lightning and then they let the lightning out of the bottle and they didn't understand what they'd done. Like this is every aspect of the game from the top to the bottom has become derelict. Because it's like it's not like they've made one critical design decision incorrectly and the combat now sucks. Like that's not the problem. If you look at the game, the music sucks. Like we got Smile. The combat of course sucks. The story writing sucks. The accessibility to different audiences sucks. Your Mandeville quests suck. Your whatchamacallit, relic quests suck. Like everything sucks. How did they fall this far?
Like he is since he is one of them people that has not ripped the MMO IV drip out before, so he's still stuck playing it. But one of the people I used to follow back when I was playing 14 was Cider Spider. And his line with the Manderville relics was, how do you get the Manderville relics? You buy them out of a shop. Has just stuck with me ever since Endwalker. And this whole you buy them out of a shop mentality, everything needs to be... Oh, Lene just got murdered. Cannot pause the game, Peeb. We gotta run away. Like, I don't even know, man. It's so alien in the thought process that goes on when it comes to corpos, and especially Japanese corpos, because they make all the same dumb corpo decisions as the West, but they do it at a glacial pace.
I mean, it's true that Endwalker wasn't as good as what preceded it. Okay,
but it was still playable.
But it wasn't like a falling off of a cliff. It was existed on the same type of playing field as the predecessors, like post MSQ Stormblood through to end of Endwalker main story quest. That was all sort of like in the same ballpark of quality.
Yeah.
And then Dawn Trail. And what happened? Who got shot? Like, that's not the same game anymore. It's true that there are lots of little sort of like things among all of them that are, degradations that are not as good as they could be. But causing it all to coalesce into just a complete disaster all at once, like, sort of suggests that they were following a plan of some kind, a very terrible plan, but one that was very radical, because it certainly happened that way. Like, that it's undeniable.
How do I put this? It kind of feels like Dawn Trail is what you get when complacency metastasizes into a problem all at once, and every piece of the house of cards just collapses. because you look at
I guess
stuff.
it's like you've run out of some particular resource,
Yeah.
and the whole engine has to grind to a halt because that resource isn't there anymore.
Yeah.
It's sort of like the only thing I can sort of think of is what's it called? What's the word? I can't remember. The point at which World of Warcraft descended into that sort of the afterlife expansion.
Mm-hmm.
They had no lore to draw on left. They had no significant characters to draw on. They were all dead or irrelevant or whatever. So I guess we have no choice but to go to the afterlife so we can keep reusing the same old ideas.
Yeah.
Like that's sort of like a more honest version of the same thing, in the sense that like you can see what is happening in real time. Like they've completely hit the bottom of the barrel. There's nothing left to draw on.
Yeah. And while their creative ideas as far as the world and the story and the characters were exhausted, it seems like, after Endwalker. The other shoe is the complacency didn't stop there. They look at their dungeon design. Like, it is 2 trash packs and a boss. No, 2 trash packs, a hard wall that you can't pull the next 2 trash packs at, and then 2 more trash packs and a boss. And then same thing, 2 trash packs, wall, 2 trash packs, boss. And the boss will be a simplified, incredibly easy dance that may have some cool stuff the first couple times you do it, and then it's just rote. Because it's a dance fight like every other fight in the game. That's it. And then you've got stuff like their raid tiers even. Like, people like the raid tiers in Dawn Trail supposedly, but it's still, 4 savage boss fights, no dungeon, just boss fights, and that's fine, I guess. But it's the exact same thing of 4 boss fights in a dungeon tier. And occasionally you'll release a ultimate when you feel like it, which is the only time you really get creative and push the envelope for the combat. Because your system is locked to this dance site setup. I mean, there's not a whole lot they could do about that part. The raw mechanics of the game, without a complete relaunch of a brand new game, they're going to be stuck with the dance type of fight.
Well,
I get it.
I think that the dance is fine because people like the dance. There's a significant group of people who just like the idea that you can master the formula.
Yeah.
And they're just fine. This approach is just fine with them. Okay, fine. The problem is that they've just accepted that this has to be the way of things. They never try anything new, and they always do the same, 2 trash packs and a boss thing because it was accepted last time.
Yeah, like maybe we could pull 3 of the trash packs at a time this time. Wouldn't that be novel?
I don't actually want more trash packs, thanks.
I mean,
because it will simply become a case of no tank is good enough unless they can pull every trash pack. Like, the problem is the wall trash approach, right? Because there is only one way that the player base is going to interpret that, and that's you have to pull everything right up to the next boss wall. End of story.
I think their complacent dungeon design is they have found a way to stop people from driving tanks insane and making nobody want to play tanks because of the social experiment, because pretty much everybody can handle 2 trash packs. And like, you have to be very special and not hitting your buttons at all to fall over with only 2 trash packs, unless there's a real problem mob in there. Like, what was that one in Omicron when it first came out? Like, at the very start, there was like one dragon or something that just hit like a tanker truck.
I don't remember exactly.
I do remember one. I do remember one thing in the trash that just hit like a truck. But unless you got something like that in there, the tank ain't going to fall over, so nobody's going to yell at him. So you're going to hopefully encourage more tanks to queue up and make the queue times less bad, because 14 does have bad queue times for non-tanks. I get that. I understand it. But at the same time, you can't just do the literal exact same thing every single dungeon. You've got to vary it up a little bit. Like, every time I would load into a dungeon, I knew exactly what the structure was going to be.
Yeah, I think that they're just creatures of habit who are afraid of change, because they've seen a formula work adequately in the past, and any divergence from that they feel has a higher chance of going worse than it does of going better.
Yeah, and I notice the second Creative Business Unit 3 probably got a lot more attention from their corporate overlords, and Yoshi P starting getting called to the board of directors more to make leadership decisions. All of a sudden, where they probably also expanded, it's a whole lot more just of this complacency and doing stuff because, well, that's what we've always done, and not being able to read the room and taking the easy path. Like the 2-minute meta, yeah, it comes from class homogenization and setting that as a goal, but it's also, a way to get, well, lazy, for lack of a better term. It just,
Yeah, it's like you've got this particular set of tent poles that you can do all of your design around. You won't need to think about anything about, particular class interactions or anything, because you've just got this bland morass of approximately X amount of amplified DPS, and that's going to apply at all times and in all places.
yeah, like you know exactly how to design your fights. You can have your design doc people all be on the same page at all times, and you know you don't have to worry about specific classes or adequately testing every individual class in any given fight. Like that's not a thing you have to do because everybody's on a 2-minute window, and that roughly means you can balance the DPS easier. I get the appeal of that on paper as a corpo. Problem is, I played MMOs before, and I could tell you exactly what's going to happen. You do that, you get the metastasized homogeny that we have. Where just there is no soul in anything in that game when you play it.
Yeah, which I mean, that's why I was hoping that they would announce something that suggested that they weren't, going to just continue that, because if they bring to the table, oh, the paladin has this one new class ability, well, realistically, how is that any different to any other expansion where they add one new ability?
Yeah, like I like you making a alternate control scheme that you're going to move towards standardizing to trim the button bloat. Cool. You need to be very careful you don't get rid of Eyes of the Beast or whatever. I mean, I can't think of any ability that's like that, but
Well, I mean, when you've got, I presume that their logic is going to be, well, when you have fewer buttons, each individual button we can just make splashier to generate additional class identity or whatever. I presume that that's what they're thinking. But if their idea of improving class identity is to just add one ability to each class that is not shared by another class, well, we're just back to class development circa a couple of years ago. And you're eventually just going to follow the same path again, because that's not a philosophical change. It's still you doing the same thing.
like I think back to Viper when it was first announced for Dawn Trail. Before I had fully just given up on 14. And I had already realized by then they were getting complacent and doing things formulaically the whole way through. But I just had this vision in my class for Viper of a class that you could tap a button and switch between the double sword and the dual bladed lightsaber mode, and it would change your weapon skills and everything for it, and you would have functionally 2 mini classes that you would play simultaneously, and it wouldn't bloat your bar, and it sounded awesome. Like you go with a fast pace for it, and they went with that part, and that's about the only thing they did. And like this whole grand idea in my head, and like 5 seconds after I had this thought, I was like, but they're not going to do that. They're not going to do anything like that.
It became very clear that they were never picking the interesting thing, only the easy thing.
Yeah, like that all sounded cool and took some effort. Now with Picto, they actually did give it some class mechanics and give it some flavor, and made sure it stayed consistently above the pack, because when everybody else is anchored to a 2-minute meta, and you make a class that can stockpile all of its crap, oh wow, look at that! It's suddenly the best DPS of the game. And, you can.
Yeah, I'm always afraid that they're going to learn the wrong lesson from that, right? Like the lesson being never make a class that has any unique abilities like Picto ever again.
Yeah, like the problem with
because you'll never be able to balance it, because they're obsessed with the idea that they have to balance it. So
yeah, like all you had to do to balance Picto was make it so when it's doing this little painting animation to create the big spells it can drop, it needs to be able to target the boss. Like draw a tether between you and have it like draw paint out of the boss or something. Like, because that's what it needed, because that's its big shtick, right? during you just didn't paint those big long paintings that it does for its big cooldowns until there was downtime, and you just waited and you just would paint and you'd paint and you'd paint during the downtime while everybody else is sitting there with their thumb up their butt while the boss is RPing. What's the Pictomancer doing? Oh, it's
functionally doing DPS.
Yeah, it is paying the cost for all the build-up for its DPS during the downtime.
And that would be fine if everybody else also had their unique mechanic that makes them special and gives them an edge.
Yeah, if you had a boss with no downtime, for instance, and you gave, like, Dragoons, I don't know, the ability to really just keep ramping and keep Eye of the Dragon going forever, and that just gets really out of hand, but more they're engaged and don't have downtime, make them good at fights like that. That would be interesting. You know, you give ninjas their toolkit back. Like, ninjas used to be a toolbox class. Give them the toolbox.
You can think of things like that, right? Like, oh, so basically all you have to do with Dragoon is like, well, the less time they basically have the Dragoon play the floor as lava, right?
Yeah.
The more time they can spend in the air, the more damage that they do, and it just ramps and ramps and ramps. And if you need to hit the reset button for encounter design, you put a downtime phase where the Dragoon can't just float around. Okay, now you've got something nobody else can do. They've got a mechanic that gives them a unique edge, and it fits with the class theme.
Yep. And you make the occasional fight that we're like on your floor 2 or your 3 if we're sticking with the same 4 boss design for your raids. Where there just ain't no downtime, and suddenly the Dragoon is better than Picto for that one fight because it's suited for that, and everybody's happy because everybody gets a time to shine, and they don't all have to play Pictos.
I mean, well, the thing is that with the new system they're implementing, everybody can play Pictos if they want, like, because they're not going to have to grind it up now.
Yeah,
so there's no excuse.
Yeah, I also got the feeling Yoshi P disproportionately focused on the upper end of the rating scene a bit much.
That's always been the way.
I mean, these companies always do that because it's the way.
Well, and he's one of them though. That's the thing. Like, he's actually legit a good raider, unlike the World of Warcraft raid designers.
Yeah, so he's sitting there focusing on making ultimate raids and putting tons and tons of effort into that, and making sure everything is balanced and that everybody can show up no matter what. The eye level thing, I don't actually think is a loser idea on paper right away. It depends on implementation.
I mean, it depends on implementation and there being, like, enough stuff to do to pass the time, etc. Like, that there's still, like, a sufficient amount of freedom in gear customization and that sort of thing, that you're not going to end up with, like, total wallbanger stats if you actually port your eye level across to another class or whatever. Like, it's all in the implementation, but they need to aggressively take advantage of what latitude that grants them, rather than it just being like a random isolated tchotchke, which is the way they treat nearly every feature they've ever implemented. They need to exploit it relentlessly in design, and what that means is that there is no need to think about bring the player not the class anymore, because everybody has every class at all times fully geared if they've leveled it up. And if they haven't leveled it up, well, that's just a matter of time. You don't need luck for that. You don't need raid lockouts for that.
Yeah, you can literally just say get good, go find a way to economize your time. Like, leveling up and building stuff for later is part of MMOing, and at the top of an MMO, you're supposed to have full control of your schedule and be able to accommodate that. So get good, basically. Get good at the time management part of the game. Like, this is what you signed up for. Now, what I'm concerned now, I don't think it'll impact the relic weapons too much because they've always been half a tier behind. Behind whatever the current Savage tier is, so it won't get in the way of those too much. But it does kind of take a little bit of the impact of building your offset pieces, your off-class pieces up with the Manderville relics, because they were, the most obvious choice if you wanted to say, let's say you're like me and you main paladin, but you like to play mech and you like to play dancer, and you use those as two of your off classes. You're not realistically going to be able to, grind them up immediately, but you can work on the previous levels of the relic weapon and get something in the interim that's better than what you can get from dungeons anyway, and better than what you can get the tier 1 raids through a bit of effort. Like, and you're rewarded by having a stronger weapon when you do that. And it's not the top tier. It's not as good as your paladin's current max level relic weapon, and it's not as good as something you could get out of Savage. But it was a progression path that got those classes to workable in the current patch of whatever you're doing. That'll be gone with this because once you get the weapon once, the incentive to gear it through off classes just ain't gonna matter unless they just make it not apply to relic weapons for whatever reason. That would be very silly.
Yeah, I don't know. They usually the thing is that it's probably not worth worrying too much about that because their problem is usually not that they have not thought it through enough so much as they've overthought it and then been too scared to press on.
Yeah.
That's usually the tack they take, is that they make the system too weak rather than making it too strong. And I mean, that's the problem with classes as well. Like they're just too scared to be adventurous because they don't know what the implications might be. So a lack of aggression, I think, is more likely. And a lack of aggression is exactly what they don't need right now. They need to change things. They need to change them in a big, aggressive way so that there's actually something to look forward to for once.
Yeah. I'm not optimistic with what they've shown so far, but I'm not. Since Fern's following it especially, I'll let it rock on. I'm not on board to buy day one and try it out or anything. Not even close. Not with what
Nor am I. I kind of want to be, but I'm not.
Yeah,
Like
we both have to go
sad.
through Wook Lamont still if we go back. Remember that. Remember, our houses are gone, and we have to sit through Wook Lamont.
It's like the story skip suddenly becomes an actual viable micropayment.
Yeah, until it's Booba version 1.0 tier where you really want to recommend people skip that, but at the same time, there's good. They'll hide crap in there you'll need for context. So we're not going to be able to skip it. We're going to have to sit there and listen to Tiger Princess sit there and attempt to do a feminine voice at us for a while. Like a solid, what was it before? It took me, if I had an entire day's worth of free time, I could sometimes do one whole story patch or one whole, point X patch in story mode if it didn't have a trial or a dungeon. So we're looking at least 2 or 3 weeks of that for you, and at least a week of nothing but Wook Lamont for me.
In the tacos. Yeah, it's... Oh my goodness. I could probably do it if I was absolutely confident that it was going to be worth it in the end, or if the actual mechanics of playing the game had become so interesting that the story was like, oh well, I'll wade through it because I'm having fun tooling around with the new combat system or whatever.
Here's what we're gonna do. I've got a plan.
Oh no.
I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I've got an idea. Here's what we're gonna do. So, I don't drink very much anymore. We're gonna pick a Saturday if we decide to get back into Final Fantasy XIV. Right after showtime. And we're gonna set aside the next 18 hours. And we are going to get hammered.
So that we won't have to remember Wook Lamont after the fact.
And in theory, whenever something relevant comes up in the story afterwards and we get to the end of it, because if we go through it together, our drunk asses will be able to make fun of it the whole time. We can go, I think I remember something like that. Did that actually happen? Probably. And that is about the only way we're going to make it through Wook Lamont. I don't see another path to victory.
It didn't have to be like this, Squeenix. You could have just made a good game. That was on the cards. Just don't know how did it come to this? How did it come to this? There has to be it's just sort of there's perhaps not that rational to think this way, but it just feels like there must be some inciting incident that threw this timeline onto this path. Like some particular person got given some particular job or something, and everything sort of spirals out of that.
The key moment that either lined up all the straws on the camel's back or was the one that broke it. Yeah,
Because it's just as an expansion compared to other expansions, it's just too calamitously bad. Like,
yeah,
even like everybody liked to rag on Stormblood for being a bad expansion, but it was not within a country mile of being as bad as Dawn Trail was, either for the writing or for the health of the game.
yeah,
And it went to a really good place after the MSQ was over as well.
yeah. The MSQ kind of got hung on itself, and there were patience shoes, but Lise ain't no Wuklamat.
Well, and they also had an excuse. I'm not saying that you need to defend them on the basis of the excuse, but they did have, two writers working independently, sort of thing, and had to stitch the stories together after the fact.
Yeah,
But yeah, this it just seems like it was all a disaster, and I really want to just pin the blame on the sort of contaminated feedback being mediated by the Western localization branch. But who knows to what extent they're responsible for all of this.
yeah. Like I don't doubt they played a part in some of the issues, but some of this stuff like class design, you know, you might maybe people complaining that they have to level up extra classes can influence the decision, but it seems like far from the biggest step in making the radical homogenization that we saw.
Yeah, it just seems like the homogenization just seems like a rote example of bring the player, not the class. Like they just dug up some old Ghost Crawler tweets or something, and were like, "Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do that."
Like we tried this and it didn't work. Accidentally turned on yellow mode. Dump all of these.
But yeah, it's I need to hear something that's actually cool. It's not enough for me to hear their good intentions.
Yeah, I don't think there is anything that can come out pre-release that will make me even consider trying the game. I think it's going to be a probably several weeks after launch, and people have come back to me and talked to me that there's even a shot of me taking a look at it.
I want to be hyped, but I think that even if I do get on the hype train, I think that I'll probably get cold feet at the last minute because the wounds are still open.
Yeah. I love Fern to death, but he is way more positive and optimistic on this kind of thing than I am. And so I'm going to be tempering what he says if he goes back to it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't trust those. I don't trust those designers, and I don't trust most of the commentariat. I mean, you got to remember most of the people playing the game are gay, and the only thing they're interested in is gooning. So their opinions are practically worthless.
yeah. I'm just. I was blissfully unaware and need to remind everybody that Funky Munch Bean is double entendre. And I didn't know this because I'm not goon-brained until the YouTube video came up, and now it is stuck in my head that this was what people thought of.
I had almost managed to forget that until you brought it up again.
No, you must suffer.
Just got killed.
I was
And it did not take very long.
you teleported, but I was just kind of motorbiking in your general direction.
They killed me, man.
Killed you quite far over there.
But yeah, so the previews are well and good. Like that, the trailer. Did you actually watch the trailer, or did you just bitterly complain that you needed to now go visit Wahoo?
I mean, the Wahoo was still open. I did come back and check it. I don't remember anything about it. I did not watch it when I was particularly in a good time to be attentive.
It it was artsy. It was about being artsy, but it was also like I said, it was self-consciously about trying to look more Final Fantasy than the Dawn Trail one. Obviously, they had another ethos in mind. They were at that time they were self-consciously trying to make this not like previous FF14, or at least that was the impression that I had. That was what was important to them at the time. They wanted to be different. Oh, previously it was an adventure. Now it's not an adventure. Now you're not the main character. Now you're not going on a grand quest. You're just going on holiday to Latin America. And they just pushed that with everything. So it felt really strange and off. And even before we knew anything about it, when they had just shown the trailer, I did honestly felt kind of uncomfortable with it, even though I didn't really say anything at the time, because it would have been an unfounded criticism based on my gut feeling. But my gut feeling about it wasn't positive, and the reason it wasn't positive is that it was playing against type. It wasn't Final Fantasy-esque in any way.
Yeah.
Whereas this new one is extremely Final Fantasy-esque. Like, you can see that they are intentionally doubling down on the old ways as far as the presentation is concerned for this trailer.
I kind of wonder. I almost want to go and check out the patch trailers for the stuff that came out in the interim. Like, they're always going to have more budget and do more with the actual expansion trailer, but I'm wondering if we would notice any kind of shift if we were to go and watch the patch trailers leading up to where we're at now in Dawn Trail, to see if they have evolved at all or gone back to feeling more Final Fantasy as time has gone on. I mean, they still got to work with what's the continent called that Dawn Trail takes on?
Hurrah.
Tyrol. Like we're still in Tyrol and in Cyberpunk land, so they're gonna be shackled by that. But you could probably still pick up a vibe.
Yeah, I think that because I think that there are elements within that story that you could use, that you could build a Final Fantasy out of, and they didn't, because their objective was to do this weird Tiger Princess story for the MSQ, and then after that it's still going to orbit around it to some extent. What's another? Oh, there's some goodies for you here.
Oh, I'm coming.
But yeah, it's I mean, before I went back to the game, I would do that probably to just see what I was in for, just to see how many bottles of vodka to pick up at the liquor store on the way home. Like,
the answer
but
is yes.
I can't imagine that they. I can't imagine that they would just like not attend at all to the fact that they were getting denounced left, right, and center. I keep losing my connection to the server. Ugh.
Oh wow, that's a lot of goodies.
You need to get your feet person Asterites. But yeah, it might be an interesting experiment to look through and see if there's a change in tone to their promotional materials, how they handled a prospective pivot away from the sort of weird Mexico holiday shenanigans that they were trying to push before going back to a story people actually care about. The whole thing of making the warrior of like not the main character. Oh, more goodies for you. Seems very subversive to me.
Yeah.
So there is actually nothing intrinsically wrong with the warrior of light being a hero, but everybody was acting as though you were a bad person if you didn't relish the idea that the warrior of light was now irrelevant.
Yeah, like the arguments for it were the dumbest thing on the planet, and show just a lack of understanding of not just storytelling but the medium we're playing in. And that's the point. We're playing a video game. We have created an avatar, and they are the focus and have been the focus. To continue to expect the thing that we control to be the focus isn't that much of an ask. It's something not just that we're used to, but is a core part of the identity of the game. The people that were just standing hard for you don't need to be a center of attention for everything. Those people just were the dumbest people on the planet whenever they were talking. Like I do remember those because they slipped out even past social media. They were all over the place. and it
Yeah.
seemed like a bunch of fucking art students that
Well,
thought they
what it reminded me of, and this is reaching, but what it reminded me of was those people who, I don't know if they're still doing it, but for a spell there was these people who used to try and act like they were morally superior for denouncing the culture war qua the culture war. It's
yeah,
like, oh, you, why do you care? What do you care? What's wrong with you?
yeah, the don't care fence type of fence sitter that saw that as the most enlightened form of centrism.
It's like the idea of actually loving and caring about something is somehow morally reprehensible.
Yeah,
Like that's why I feel like the whole thing is so subversive, because it seemed to have this like really twisted moral valence of your validity of a player depends on you being willing to sustain this ritual humiliation in front of Wick Lamart.
yeah, I can see where you're getting with that. I don't give them that much credit because to me it seemed like it was just
I might give the Los Angeles branch that much credit.
yeah. I don't. It just seems like a bunch of the commentary that was making that argument are just a bunch of like failed art students that couldn't get paid with their terrible degree that wanted to
They
show
wanted to write for games and ended up writing for Gorka.
yeah. And if they couldn't if they could even write for that, they just wanted to have an opinion, so they picked the most not ridiculous sounding thing when it comes out your lips the first time. You have to think about it for half a second. You're like, "Oh, wait a minute. That this opinion makes no fucking sense." With the medium we're talking about, or the story that we're talking about, or any of the past precedent that this series has set, and completely ignores that focusing on characters that are not the protagonist is something for a different medium or a different game series when it has already been well established in this one. That's what we're here for, and that's what a lot of people have done, and that people invest in their Warriors of Light as their Warriors of Light as direct avatars in some cases, or build backstories for them if not so. Like this ain't the medium to pull that argument in, and ain't the game series to do it either.
Yeah, it just the whole thing. It just felt very Yuri Bezmenov to me. Like it felt like they were trying to, rather than it being like a sincere change of writing tack, it felt like they were trying to demoralize people. Which is probably, I think, on some sort of animal level why it was received so badly. Is like there was just this sense of demoralization to it. Like the game is constantly telling you how unimportant you are.
Yeah, like I just they really are aggressive at giving you the 100% early, aren't they? These days.
I mean, I'm trying to get you some astrite so you can get as many feet as you need.
Okay, Star Rail was already helping me along with that this week. But yeah, the it it's very I don't know with 14. It's interesting to think about just because we spent so much time in it, and like I don't know about you, but I got quite attached to my dumb little cat.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm very fond of my character. I never upgraded my subscription beyond the beginner's subscription.
Hmm.
And the reason I did is because I just couldn't imagine ever playing any other character.
Yeah.
So why would I? She's my character. She's the character who I am in this world. So why would I want to roll another one? I don't even understand the concept.
Like I get to be the dumb cat who I will still swear up and down was a member of the older cheerleaders, and she is about as smooth brained as Nilu.
I mean, there's just like I feel like there's going to have been like some kind of culture war bullcrap going on, simply because there's so much sort of countervailing stuff actually written into the older narrative. Like, do you remember when the Sultana consults Godbert Mandeville on how to handle the
And he basically tells her,
refugees.
okay, here's what happens if you're going to sit here and make a whole bunch of welfare programs for these people. It's going to end
Yeah,
horribly
he
for you.
basically does this. He basically recites the standard conservative line on welfare programs and refugees to her without batting an eyelid, and he's obviously presented as the reasonable one in this discussion, and the bleeding heart position is presented as silly and naive and childish.
Yeah, like
That sort of thing has to really stick in those people's craw.
yeah, and it really would get them good because they don't come at it with open antagonism towards Miss Sultana. Like Gobbet's like, okay, I know how you got there, but here's why this is a really bad idea. And he just comes off as, not just the of the correct opinion in this particular thing, but as just the genuine guy that actually cares about how things are going and going to go for the
He
country.
cares about them. He cares about her. He doesn't think any of them are intrinsically bad. And he's just like the mature person in the room.
Yeah, and he talks like somebody genuinely trying to educate someone that has a question about the way the world works that they may not be aware of. He doesn't talk down to her or anything, and she accepts it. That had to probably really stick in their craw. The thing is, it doesn't have to be intentional on their part because when you get to the Californiaites, this kind of thinking is so default and ingrained in their psyche for them that they don't have to make a concerted effort or push for it. Like they just
I'm just showering you an asteroid today.
yeah, I was scooped like 60 or 70, I think. Probably a bit more because some of those were doubles. Are you just searching treasure chests on the map?
No. No, I'm just heading to places where I know high value mobs are.
Yeah, I have not
And
gone.
haven't visited any of them.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't think it even needs to be a concerted effort with these people. Like this, at this point, it can operate as a standalone complex with them because it's just the way they think by default. Like they will naturally try to subvert something because it's so ingrained in them. It's just the thing you do. This is the thing to push
Well, I mean,
for.
this is the whole Cthulhu Wars swims to the left thing, right?
Yeah,
Like people have their issues with that maxim, but for a lick your finger and hold it up in the air standard, it's pretty accurate.
yeah. So, while it would make a lot more sense in the general way and sit more comfortably in my monkey brain to think that there's a concerted effort. At the same time, these people are just that broken.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing though, right? Like the conspiracy theory is attractive largely because it assumes that your enemy is rational and treating you as rational as opposed to just taking animal actions.
And these people are rational is the last thing I would call them. I'm not a particularly rational person most of the time, and tend to rely on my gut more than the average person. But these people take it to a level of extreme that is honestly terrifying. Like you can't take your reason and throw them in the trunk or out the car. They need to sit in the passenger seat at the very least. These people appear to have left them
But
at the driveway.
but yeah, the trailer as it sits now has like Warrior of Light as hero written all over it. Like the trailer is not is like functionally about and then the Warrior of Light came. Like that's the whole framing of it is about the importance of the Warrior of Light. Like the emphasis is so strong that it has to be a deliberate countervailing position to the previous one that had been adopted for Tural. So at least like there's somebody in their writing department who knows at least on a gut level that there was something horribly mistaken about the approach as a whole to the previous one. And that the attempt to unmoor the story from the Warrior of Light results in things like the abortion facility and that sort of thing. like where you're building all of these things into the story, which there is no like. The story is basically telling you that your reaction to that scenario, let's say, is unimportant. So nobody thinks about that, right? When you're writing it, nobody thought about how the player would respond to babies in pots. They only thought about how Bakul Jaja would respond to it, because the Warrior of Light has been factored out. But factoring out the Warrior of Light factors out the person playing the Warrior of Light. And so you end up with just like really bizarre and hackneyed plot developments because nobody bothered to think about how the player would respond to any of them. Like the audience was characters inside the story, not the players. And so you end up with stupid writing.
When it comes to that particular plot twist, there was an interesting thunk I had, because there's two conflicting things going on at the same time with the usual suspects on that one. Like, on the one hand, they rightly understood that BJJ should have been president and was the best character in Dawn Trail. But on the other hand, his whole shtick is, I'm doing this because abortion is evil.
I don't think that they are sophisticated enough thinkers to draw an analog between the two, to be totally honest.
Like, that one had to just cause a blue screen.
No, I don't think it did. I don't think that a lot of them even made the connection. I think that a lot of them just think on the level, oh well, this is a fantasy thing happening in a fantasy world with fantasy characters. Therefore, there's no real world analog. You can't draw any lessons out of this. You can't draw any moral equivalencies out of this. Like, things that I don't like are because they are fascist. Like, that's the whole logic.
Yeah. So yeah. All right, we've been on 14 for a very long time now, and we will be getting more of it. So there'll be more fan fests. Combo. Right. I don't remember much of the trailer. I have to go rewatch it. I was distracted by other stuff at the time when I turned it on, so I paying as much attention as I probably should have. I'll have to go check it out again at some point. But we'll see. I don't really have much more to add to it.
It's mainly an artsy effort to bring Yoshi's Woolly World into Final Fantasy.
Yeah. So we will see. We're treating it as a joke, but I really do need to see some area screenshots as well. Like, as this goes around, I need to see some previews that show we're not going to be all in snow all the time. Like,
I think that they are not going to do that simply because they had the chance to do that in Ishgard and they didn't.
Yeah.
There are plenty of non-snowy areas in Ishgard, and Ishgard is canonically just full of snow. Knowing that you can't just do that, they just invented places in Ishgard that aren't full of snow.
Part of the reason I'm particularly worried about it in Final Fantasy XIV is because in Endwalker we got Garlemald, and while Garlemald has a couple of high points in it, most of that area is just a flat white mass with nothing in it.
Well, I mean, I can understand why they did that. I'm not saying it was a good idea necessarily, but what they wanted to communicate is that there is nothing in Garlemald, and that's why they were so militant, because they figured the only way they could ever have anything was if they took it from someone else.
Yeah. But as far as going through that zone, like the center of that zone, I don't think is used for anything. I don't think they ever used it for anything. Like, I think maybe one hunt can spawn out there.
Well, the thing is, it was made to be a wasteland, really. Like, if you want a wasteland in a game, you can't then just fill it with stuff.
Yeah.
You're sort of obliged to keep it being a wasteland.
Yeah. So I'm hoping we don't get, 4 out of 6 zones of Garlemald. So yeah. The class stuff, we'll see. We functionally know nothing about it at this point. There's some stuff in there that sounds like they could be trying to tease and just not sticking. Like the evolved combat stuff. It does sound like it could potentially address some of the issues. It also sounds like it's not at all far enough like where they need to go. Like the button bloat's a problem, yeah, I'll take any solution to that. I am a pad player. Addressing button bloat is not just a kind of sort of would like thing, that's a necessity. We have crossed the critical mass where there are some classes that are unplayable, and if you keep adding it to the old classes, you'll add more and more to that list if you don't do something like this. Which I think was honestly probably more than anything the reason they did it. Because
But the thing is, it was inevitable, right? Though, like they did the button squishes in World of Warcraft as well because they had no choice. There were too many buttons; you couldn't put them on your bars.
yeah, like and just making it so you got one one thing for your weapon skill already goes a huge way to freeing up your action bar. You don't need the full. You don't need to go like as low as 16. That's quite low. We do have a double action bar in 14. The problem was when we got over 24 buttons. That's when it got really bad. Because then stuff like utility stuff is coming off the bars. And that's when we start removing, the roll moves that they put in. Like there was a while on Monk before the rework that I took True North off of the bar because there wasn't room for it, and just took the damage loss.
Yeah, but yeah, I just it's not enough for them to deliver one good thing though. For me, like they're going to have to deliver on multiple axes. I, 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 I don't know if he'll do it. He's done a few things like it now and again in the past, but what I would really like to see and would genuinely restore a measure of confidence, not actual confidence, but a measure of it. If Yoshi P just did a developer stream, not wait to a freaking festival or some stupid shit where they've got to do groomed marketing stuff, but like do a producer's letter the way he classically does, and just spend the entire time going through mea culpas. This is what we did in the past. It clearly didn't work. This is why we have concluded it didn't work, and this is how we plan to address it going forward. And just do that. Just do that over and over again. Because the people that have left the game are not leaving just because they got tired of Final Fantasy XIV. They left because it's full of bullshit.
Yeah, like I went over this before, but you have people like me that while I did not raid, I had a lot of investment and had a lot of milestones and achievements in that game. I put in a lot of effort to get decent at the classes I played and play them in solo content that most people aren't able to do. Like that stuff was valuable and what required real dedication and attachment to the game, and they lost me. And I know I held on for a while because I had a house. Like, if you lost me, a necromancer, and once in future queen, like that's saying something. You don't lose those autists unless you've done cocked up something bad.
Oh, I don't know. I think you can lose autists for those things over very small things.
Probably. In some cases. But yeah, it's no small measure of effort to get those things and to just go, yeah, I don't need that in my life anymore, even though I put, the hundreds of hours of practice and time into it. No. Not worth continuing to pay this company money and continuing to do the thing that I got these accomplishments in. That's a level of cock up that is worth noting. So yeah.
Anyway, it is what it is. We need more info in order to even be more interested than passively consuming what Fern brings us.
Yeah, like it's interesting to me to keep a casual eye on it, especially since Fern's actually, doing something with it. But I'm not hyped to go back yet. I mean, I would like to go back. MMOs are my home, not gachas, not mobile games. Like MMOs are where I feel the most comfortable. But they ain't showing me that's what I'm going to get out of Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of the problems that Final Fantasy really has is just the sheer ossification of the Japanese corporation, like how rigid and unwilling to be flexible or to take on new ideas they are as a rule,
Mm-hmm.
and unless they can, break themselves of that and become a bit more dynamic, I think that they're just going to be stuck in this rut until the game goes bankrupt, and Square Enix cannot afford to lose FF.
Yeah, the one hopeful thing on Final Fantasy XIV's docket is that it is functionally the only thing keeping Square Enix afloat right now. They have thrown money at a zillion other projects that is either broke even or not paid out at all and gone negative. And 14 is the only thing that's a consistent moneymaker for them. So they need that to continue pulling in the dosh, otherwise they're in trouble.
Mind you, there's no shortage of companies throwing good money after terrible ideas these days, like Concord,
Yeah, like
High Guard.
dumb investments are a thing the industry does, but they will rely
With
on cash.
increasing frequency, and often for reasons of trusting tastemakers who do not know what is good taste.
Yeah, they think somebody will develop the next smash big hit. 14's a little different though, in that it's already a hit in air quotes, and certainly has had its big peaks. People know 14 exists, and there are a lot of people that have good memories of 14. So you've already got a base there that's acknowledged its existence and could be brought back. And if you if you need that thing to continue being the thing funding your company, the most sane step would be to cater to the people that are, once upon a time gave you money and might be willing to give it to you again. Yeah, I'll have to look more into that weekly system too. I do think that in general is a good idea as a flat idea. They could cock it up.
Like, everybody who plays Ho-Yo games likes doing the dailies in Star Rail better than everyone else's, because the vast majority of the periodic events are just weeklies. Like the daily one is like kill a couple mobs, done.
Yeah. If ZZZs weren't so completely trivial, I would be more mad at them. But
you still need to log on and do them.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Like the vast majority of the stuff that you need to do in HSR just does itself.
yeah. Like
So,
I have to pay no attention to that battle pass.
Genshin's, on the other hand,
Is a nightmare. And honestly, it's a big reason I'm not keeping up with the game right now. Like I went ahead and finished. I'll talk about it more later. But I went ahead and finished the quest I left almost done, and did Linnea's story quest, and then put it back on the shelf again. Like I haven't logged in since I finished those, and don't intend to. Because part of it is I'm out of juice. Can't pull for anything even if I want to, so they need to release more stuff where I can get juice to pull. The other thing is those dailies are just they are the most time consuming and the most obnoxious to do. Like Star Rail, if I want to get my jades every day, I do have to log in and borrow your tribute to go murder something 24 times while I put my pants on. And ZZZ, I have to go drink my coffee and go start the video store up. But in Genshin, you've got to go through their whole rigmarole of making sure you have enough resin and spend it, and make sure you do it at the same time every day. It's just a pain in the butt. So 14 moving to a weekly system, like that's just a better idea as a blanket idea.
I'm still like waiting to see how they implement that, because like the what I'm considering is that there's going to be like a laundry list of exceptions to this. Like, oh, that's fine. That's why it's going to be at the launch of the game, of the new expansion. Okay, but the thing is, there's a lot of things they don't launch at the start of the expansion, such as beast tribes.
Yeah.
And if the beast tribes are still daily, because they weren't in the 0.0 patch, then that kind of defeats the purpose, since most of what you spend your time on dailies doing is sodding beast tribes.
Mm-hmm.
That's like you do your minimum number of roulettes and you do your beast tribes.
That's another thing. I was caught up on my beast tribes, not anymore. And guess what we get to do beast tribes for when we go back?
I don't even know what they added. I don't know anything about it.
The only one I'm pretty sure is the stupid goblins. You know, the ones that don't know that you shouldn't make the coffee
Oh,
Scott and Hall.
the ones that are like autistic crafting merchants or whatever.
Yeah, the ones that make the hot coffee.
I see. Well, I don't know anything about it. I kind of don't really want to. That's the thing.
If I decide to get caught up on the beast tribes again, I got to go through all those guys and whatever else nonsense they decide to put in there.
Wasn't there like there was like some? Did they do a beast tribe for? Oh no, I think there was already. It was in. There was the first one, right, when they had a beast tribe with the weird trading guys.
Oh yeah, the alpacas or whatever.
Yeah, so much of it was such a terrible idea. Like the aesthetic was bad, the theming was bad, the writing was bad, the music was bad, the combat was bad. Like, how did they manage to screw up so badly?
What, you don't enjoy doing beast tribe dailies for the alpaca Jews?
Oh goodness me. Anyway, that's the thing. We'll just wait for them to cough up some real information instead of this like pretend marketing crap.
Oh, I continue writing and have aggroed all of the little electro guys. They die in one. A lot of them. They're still coming. Right. So, okay, finally moving on from Fern's week. We went past Fern being here. Right. I'll go ahead and do the solo single player stuff because it's real quick this week. The thing I play, you might have seen me playing it on and on for a few weeks, but I really put the single player time into it. It's a very small game. It's not long at all. And that's Gurumin. All saw a little bit of what it looked like when I was fighting the boss. There ain't much to this game to talk about, really. It's an old OG PSP Falcom game. Like, this thing looks like it was made with a budget that popsicle sticks would be a step up even for the day. Like, this thing looks worse than some N64 games.
Not exactly a tentpole franchise.
No. The story is very stupid, it's very simple, and it's got, despite all this and its old school jank and the fact that, you know, jumping cancel or perma-map to the same button no matter what you do. Same for accept and attack. I kind of just love playing older games like this, and if they were made by a team that clearly just like making video games, because there's a lot of weird old school charm in this. Like, they know they didn't have a real good story to tell here, so they just make jokes the whole story and make everything ridiculous. They make all the characters funny and gonk. You know, when you go into the dungeon and you find a treasure chest, you can close the treasure chest after you open it and take the stuff inside for no reason. Doesn't do anything. But you can. And you can open it back up and it'll say this chest is empty. You know, just weird stuff like that. Just a whole lot of extra little detail into Perrin's little animations she does. She's a protagonist. Where she just starts bopping her head. When you pause the game, it doesn't pause it normally. It shrinks the window of the game down into like this little tiny, takes up 3/4 of the screen, and the rest of it is your pause menu that you navigate through. And while this is going on, in the little game window, when the game's paused, you see a little speech bubble above Perrin that says, "Hang on a minute," and just tells the enemies to take a time out, basically, while you mutz around in your inventory. Just cute little old school charm stuff. Back before, you know, we had a bunch of stuff that was just standardized. Just stuff that adds character to the game. Like, is there jank in the game? Does it play super great? No. Like, yes, there is jank, and no, it has shoes in its play. Like, if you play the game on PC, it's going to tell you in order to do the spin attack move, you need to click with left mouse, circle Perrin with the mouse, and then release when you return to the original position. It makes no accommodations for controller whatsoever. and you are going to wind up accidentally doing spin moves all the time. But it doesn't matter. The game is super easy, so you'll be able to get away with it, and you get a feel for it eventually anyway. But it's just a cute little single player game, and I said I was going to try some smaller stuff, so I busted that one out just to emphasize how old we're looking at here. I got a screenshot that I took just to kind of highlight this, like live show chat. Here we go. And the whole premise of this game is you're the little girl Perrin, and she is new to town, and her parents are off doing, typical anime absent parent stuff, so she's going to live with grandpa for a while in the mining town. And in the mining town, there's a hole in the wall. She crawls through it, and she finds a little village of monsters, and she becomes friends with them. And the village gets attacked, but it's okay because they have a legendary weapon in the middle of town, and it's a big F-off drill. And she pulls it out of the ground, and now she can go drill stuff and save the day after the village has been attacked and recover all of the lost monster friends that got scattered in the attack and rescue all of their furniture. And the more furniture you rescue for the monsters, the happier they get, and the more levels open up, because that dispels the bad feels mist. Like this is the story of the game. We're not writing high literature here. We're writing one standard unit video game adventure. The developers just made because they thought it was a cute idea.
Well, if it works, it works.
Yeah. So the voice acting for English is so bad it's funny. Like it is N64 early PSP era English voice acting. Like acting is generous. Handed the janitor the script and said, okay, now you read these ones with this and make it as silly as possible, would be a better descriptor of what we're doing here. But it's dumb and it's charming. And, sometimes I just like going to these older games that I haven't played before that fit in this little bracket, because games had soul back then. Like, there's no reason to play Gurumin now.
It was only made 11 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang. But yeah. These little games
I should say, it was released on Steam 11 years ago.
Okay.
I don't know when it was made.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I'm fairly certain this thing was OG PSP game, because all the FAQs for it are in the oldest of formatting from GameFAQs.
What, with like ASCII art?
Yeah, before, like, they don't even have ASCII art. They just have bullet points. They're also wrong.
I think that might be also be a product of the fact that nobody played the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fairly certain the original release of this game was OG PSP. So we're looking quite old. That's it's just, it's hard to describe unless you play games of this era. Like, this is just that era where people were figuring stuff out. Like, we didn't have this standardized live service battle pass. This is the way you do a map in a game. This is the way you do fast travel. No, you walk out into this little level selector that's represented in the overworld, and you control Perrin like you do everywhere else, and just run her to the level across the little level selector, and it's cute. So yeah, I'm almost done with the game. Because I can't escape them, there is a time waster in this one too, and it's a particularly egregious one where you need to leave the game open forever. There is a wall in one of the levels that has a counter that is 3 digits long, and in the room before it, boulders slowly roll down the hill at about a rate of 1 per 10 seconds. You need that counter to go to 999.
But why?
Because there was no rules for this stuff back then. And we just did stuff and put Easter eggs in there. But, we put a piece of equipment in there that you need for the Chivo. So, gameplay time is radically inflated. The game is actually closer to about 5 to 6 hours. Like, there's a reason when this game goes on sale, it's $1. But, for $1, if you pick it up on a sale, even like $5, I would say this game's worth. I wouldn't get it for more than 10, but it can be a good time if you're just looking for something smaller, some old school. You don't mind some old school jank. Like I happen to find some old school jank when I'm in the mood for it to be just charming, and this is one of those cases. So yeah, there's a lot of weird, wacky stuff with the controls. Like when you get hit, your drill levels down and loses power. You get hit too much, and it'll go down a whole level. Like lots of weird old school jank in this one, but it's not that hard to grind it back up. You can get it back to max level before you finish the level sometimes, even if it ranks all the way down. So you're meant to yo-yo a little bit. But yeah, just a cute little game with a lot of the old school Falcom charm in it. And that's all I got for Gurumin. I can't go into detail with it. You saw me fighting a boss in it, and the game. The only thing you do in the levels when it's not a boss fight level is you explore the level, you beat up bad guys, and you're scored at the end based on how many breakables in the level you found and broke with your drill. And did you get them all? And did you kill all the enemies in the level? Some of them are hidden, and you need to do some weird stuff to find them, and that's it.
And sometimes the French are Mexicans.
Yes, you can in fact make a French monster a Mexican for a little bit by taking
But
his.
why?
Well, you see, you put a sombrero on his head.
Okay. That's all I got. Okay. It's fine.
I mean, this makes sense to me. The monster was French. He had a twirly mustache and a top hat. You took the top hat away and you put on a sombrero. Now he's suddenly speaking Spanish.
That's just how it works, I guess.
Yep. And you know it's Mexican because it's a sombrero you put on his head. That's it. That's all I got for Gurumin.
My inventory is very upset at the number of echoes I've picked up.
Oh dear.
I don't know why.
I pushed the mass clean out button. The real dangerous one that's scary. Smart discard for like everything. And then just started mass mulching them. And not even caring what it picked.
I'm gonna have to do that because I have among the four different whatchamacallits, Laharoy sets, Sonata sets that I actually use. I have like about 12 or 1600 echoes just between them.
Yeah. The echoes,
just let them build up.
the actual
I have rules to, I have trash rules. It's just that they're too conservative, basically.
Yeah. You put the edge cases in there.
I just use the automatic one, and the automatic one is ultra conservative.
Yeah. I copied
But,
some
I'm just
dude
gonna
since you
have to-
can do that now. I forgot where I got it from, but it was like the most upvoted one on Reddit or something.
I might have to because I've just got too many. And tamping down on it is too difficult.
Yeah, I know you don't have any questions about Gurumin because it's fucking Gurumin.
I mean, what am I going to ask about it? Like, how does the drill handle?
Janky. It's fun, but it's janky. Like you're gonna wind up doing spin moves all over the place. I mean, I guess that's in character. It is a drill, but it's not the type of spin move you ever want to do. But it gets the job done. So, all right, that's all I got for single player stuff. The rest of my gameplay time this week was in Gacha, which crosses over with you. So go for it.
Well, you say it crosses over with me, but I didn't really get to play anything this week. So, yeah, I didn't really get to play anything this week, I guess. Let's see. So the Star Rail patch 4.2 came out, and I got booty blasted by the gacha in spectacular fashion.
At least you didn't get feet blasted.
It was a precise inversion of what happened on Linnea's banner, where I lost every possible thing and had to top up using the wallet and continued to lose every possible thing in spite of that. And now I have no resources despite topping up twice. So, yeah, it was rough. It was painful. It was humiliating. Everything about it was bad.
But did
and
you?
then I proceeded to roll badly on all the discs too. But I did not lose a 50-50 to Yunli. I lost it to Bronya, which was just like adding insult to injury. It's like, well, I mean, you wanted a Silver Wolf, but here's like the next best thing to Silver Wolf.
This one has
Like we're not even going to give you regular Silver Wolf.
this one has 3 hair drills.
There is a plot line in Honkai Impact Third in the Sparkle crossover event where basically the assertion is made that your ability to serve as a Supreme Guardian is relative to your sort of personal power, and that power is relative to the number of drills you have in your hair. And so regular Silver Wolf only has 1 drill, and 999 Silver Wolf has 2 drills, but Bronya Rand has 3 drills.
Yes.
So obviously a superior version of Bronya. But oh, I need to find something to kill. Come on now.
Yeah, but
We have butchered an awful lot of things.
Super Wolf though has 2 glowy drills.
They do glow slightly, yes. But yeah, I haven't really had much time to play anything. Like, it's not that I've done none of the story. I've done a little bit of it, or I don't know how long it is, but I've done some of it, but not really enough to say much on. Really, I mean, my expectations for Star Rail story are of a a particular tone. Like, I don't really expect great literature, nor do I expect the sort of like the heartstring tugging that Woo likes to indulge in at times. But a certain science fantasy Titanomachy story is what I'm usually after from Star Rail, and it's so far more or less delivering on what I want, which is to have an excess of extremely turgid deep lore. But yeah, I don't really have much to say about it because I haven't gotten through it yet. But I like the fact that they really just seem to just be casually taking as many opportunities as possible to just put odd characters together into odd couples and force them to work together.
Yeah. So one thing I did that's out of character for me in Hoyo games with this stuff, and you can thank Devil May Cry for it, was I actually watched all of Silver Wolf's promotional material, and I got a question because the trailer wasn't very clear, but the comments certainly seem to be convinced of something, but I don't know if they're off their rocker. The clown face looking thing that Silver Wolf plays a fighting game with in one of her trailers, I think her first one, is that Aha?
Well, everybody says it's Aha, but Aha never clarifies, really. Like, it's when they do these things, like, it's never 100% clear if it's A, if it's something that's actually happening, B, if it's something that's happening but it's in some sort of liminal space that isn't quite real, C, who the people involved really are, D, whether this is just like, a dream or an alternate reality or an alternate future or an alternate past. Like, all of these things have been used at various points. The logical conclusion they expect you to make is that it's Aha. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the case. But it's a reasonable supposition to make. So the question is whether or not they're planning to subvert that supposition.
Because it makes for an interesting think about the Aeons. Normally, I don't get too deep into the Aeon lore, but Aha's a little bit of an exception because Aeon, as far as an Aeon goes, I think he's considered the most human-like aside from Machiavelli. Which he's still
yes, but he's almost exclusively bad parts of humans. Like, he has no morals. That's the thing. He
yeah.
doesn't have a moral valence whatsoever. It's just about entertainment, which that means that it is equally coincidental if he is doing something which favors you as doing something which you find absolutely heinous. Like, there's no meaning to that for him. That said, he's still like the good guy in the great game because the bad guy is Asat Pramad, and Asat Pramad is a very bad guy.
Yeah, because I just think of it in the context of the Silver Wolf trailer. Like, it makes a whole lot of sense if the Aeon of Elation chucked a game cartridge down to the ground because he was just bored and wanted somebody to play with to get good enough.
Well, but that's the reason he does everything, right? Is to just the next level of entertainment.
Like, if he can,
And
if he,
Silver Wolf is sort of someone who, on some level, Aha identifies with, because Silver Wolf is good enough in her circle to just be bored all the time.
yeah, I can.
Because there's not really anybody who can compete with her. I mean, canonically, Silver Wolf is not actually that good at video games. Like, she can be beaten relatively easily, in fact. The problem is that her view of the game is the entirety of life. So cheating at a game is just part of the game as far as she's concerned. She doesn't really understand why you would draw a dividing line between a video game and the real world, which is an interesting sort of like a spin on basically the gap between Western gacha culture and Western gaming culture and Eastern gaming culture, because like in China, the ability to spend money on power is considered part of the game, in the sense that like it's considered a perfectly viable strategy to just buy your way to power, and doing the calculus of, okay, so I care this much about the game, I'm going to invest this many billable man hours at my real job in order to achieve this level of power in the video game. Like, that's all part of the same equation in China. Like, they don't have this free to play as dolphins and whales concept. There's just how at what level of depth are you participating in the game, as far as China's concerned. So Silver Wolf views things similarly, but there's a certain amount of canonical suggestion that she's actually not that great about games when she's not cheating.
Yeah,
But that's largely due to lack of an understanding of why anybody would play by those rules. Not necessarily that she couldn't get good if that was what she was practicing at, because she's certainly good at everything else that she tries. But yeah, it's reasonable to suppose that like Aha identifies with her in the sense that to the extent that she doesn't have really very many rivals. Like, probably the only entity really operating at her level is probably Asat Pramad. There's probably nobody else.
because well, when it comes to a lot of the other Aeons, in fact, all of the other Aeons, it's they embody concepts that are very concrete in a lot of ways, at least compared to Elation. And it's just
Well, Trailblazer's pretty non-concrete.
Oh yeah, well he's also dead right now, as far as we know. So I don't think about him much at all.
Well, depending on which part of the game you look at, he either is dead or just stopped being present one day and nobody knows what happened.
Yeah. So it's much more, I don't want to say relatable because he's still an amoral, blob of
He's an eldritch horror.
yeah.
He's just an eldritch horror who's not focused solely on driving people insane on purpose.
Yeah, like I can understand the crazy space eldritch horror that just wants somebody to play games with because his whole stick is he likes fun things and likes to be happy. That just makes a lot more sense and is easier to track, and I can write off a whole lot more with that.
I think the reason why that it's hard to understand, it's hard to like draw concrete borders around, is because the concept of happiness as conceived of by the most developed philosophies in the world, that is to say predominantly the classical ones, but also to some extent the Confucian ones, etc., is that happiness is derivative of ontology, it's derivative of purpose, whereas Aha exclusively seems to embody purposeless happiness in some respects. Like, it's not really that he embodies happiness or joy or anything, it's more that he embodies hedonism. He embodies chasing the high.
Yeah.
Because like his goals are not actually ever aimed at happiness per se. They always aimed at the high. at the extreme, at like the thing that is going to keep you engaged and interested. The implications on sort of like subjective emotional satisfaction, they really don't come into it that much. It's just like what is interesting, what is going to pique the interest, what is going to focus for a moment and another moment and a moment longer than that. Like that's his operation. It's not really linked to. It's like linked to an extremely narrow and well-defined aspect of human existence, but it touches so many other aspects of human existence that it seems like you can't draw borders around it. But something like pure animal hedonism is actually very easy to define.
Yeah,
And
but
so it's a question of like, well, where does elation sit with respect to that? Because that's really how Aha acts most of the time. And when you look at like the toxic aspects of elation as it occurs in Plan Arcadia, they are all, they're all based around momentary subjective emotional experience. They're not really based around happiness at all.
yeah, the other thing about Aha that makes me like him more is because he is both very loose in what elation is, and because he's Aha, and his shtick is elation. You don't really always know what he's gonna do, and it leaves room for them that at any point Aha could just stick his nose in stuff, and when he does, it's not like the other Aeons where Nanook's gonna break something, or the abundance is gonna make something way too alive. Like you have no clue what Aha's gonna
Instead,
do.
he's just going to pour the fullness of a elation emanator's power into a noblesse worm to see if it can become a genius.
Yeah, or you need something to help you in the fight. All right, I can help you with that. Here's a monkey virus. Reach your hand in the negative space wedgie. There's just something very whimsical about that, and just fun from a storytelling perspective that gives you a whole lot of latitude to do a whole lot of stuff, and I, as the viewer, won't really care what you do because it will all be in character.
Yeah, well, I mean, but there's also, and from a writing perspective, there are also risks associated with that, like the the famous whatchamacallit, 4chan version of this was Holds Up a Spork.
I vaguely
Do
recall
you
something
remember
like
that?
this.
It was basically it was a grouchy, probably a grouchy green text about girl on the internet syndrome and the particular species of it, which is just like performatively random
Oh yeah.
in order to be quirky. And it's like obviously insincere and very tiresome. And when you're writing an entity like Aha, you have to be very careful not to trot on that ground, because that is intensely human. And the human aspect of humanity which it demonstrates is called cringe.
I mean that also seems like it would be in character for Aha.
Well, I mean, if he thought that the objective was being entertained by the reaction that you get when you are, performatively cringe in front of somebody, well, maybe.
Yeah.
Like I certainly derived a great deal of entertainment from the scenes in Soul Eater where people have to deal with Excalibur.
So yeah, I'm more invested in Plan Arcadia's story just because the central focus Aeon this time is one that I'm just more interested in, and see more immediate potential without having to stretch my brain too far. And that you could do fun things with from as a writer. Now there's always the risk, especially after Amphoreus, of them just getting out over their skis again. But right
Yeah,
now they
Amphoreus, just the more it's time I think about Amphoreus, the more it seems like this should have been like 2 or 3 arcs down the line, sort of thing.
yeah, we got way out over our skis on Amphoreus. But Aha, you don't have to do that with him. So I'm actually, while I was thinking about putting the game on hiatus, as the more I've hung out and playing Arcadia and got to see the shenanigans of Aha and his people, I'm like, I knew you were the correct Aeon to follow because your story and stuff going on is not brainless, but it's not simple enough that, or it's not so overly complicated that I have to seriously stop and put a full uh attention mode the whole time you're going on here. Yeah,
I think that it's also sort of like because of its sort of like very flexible valence and lack of lack of any kind of like ontology or moral direction, it's a very good pick to showcase in fine detail the sort of the morally ambivalent nature of the Aeons and how something can sound superficially good, like people loosely associating elation with happiness, and yet actually that's a totally incorrect conclusion to draw, because the elation is totally amoral and doesn't care whether your entertainment is obtained by, you know, genuinely entertaining people like Giovanni does, or like being Jeffrey Epstein. Like, he would also be an AHA follower.
like he did blow up the Astral Express that one time after hanging out with him for a year.
Did you read the docket that they've maintained of his debts?
I like the part where he and Machiavelli broke sticks, play sword fighting with each other.
Wasn't it mops or something, like mop handles? I
Yeah,
can't remember exactly.
it was mops or something. That one stuck out to me. We have two eldritch entities of the universe of big time mega power level, and they are on a choo choo train smacking each other with broom mops.
I mean, it's a very it sort of, it put me in mind of, oh, this is what would have happened if both Finon and Mighty had joined the Astral Express. That outcome is almost certainly going to have taken place.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't have much else to say about the story because I haven't done it yet. Well, I mean, I've done part of it. I don't know where it's going or where it will stop or what sort of obnoxious cliffhanger they might leave on or whatever. We'll just have to wait and see how things go. I haven't done any of the in-game stuff. I haven't attempted anomaly arbitration. Haven't done any of that, basically because I don't have time. My week at work has been truly miserable for the past 2 weeks and is going to continue to be truly miserable for 2 to 3 more weeks because of the sheer quantity of unreasonable stuff that I've got lined up that needs doing. It didn't need to be this way. Upper management decided that it would be this way. So, yeah. I don't know if things are actually going to improve after that point because their expectations seem to be getting more and more insane. And the solution to the insanity seems to be more insanity. So, I am working off of a very low amount of free time at the moment. Being that I have no free time, like, the only thing that really functions for me is the idle game. Despite the fact that it's much more fancily presented and in some senses has more sort of like an intuitive hook with the audience, I actually didn't really like this as much as the previous year's one, largely because it ends too quickly. Like, normally an idle game takes forever to come to its conclusion, but this one didn't. It took about 1 day, and that was with me not like jumping in early and focusing on it or anything. It just sort of seemed to come to an end really quickly for some reason.
Yeah, I had a whole lot of monotonous crap to do first day the patch came out in real life, involving local governments. So I had time to just leave that thing on the other screen.
I have a job that requires 100% of my attention and 100% of my manual dexterity, so I could not do such a thing, but nevertheless I still finished it pretty quickly, which I thought was kind of confusing for an idle game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay for what it is. I just think that it should have had a bit of a slower pace and a bit more, extensible, because it just seems to sort of hit a wall where you're done real fast.
Yeah, in particular, I had to take stuff home this week, or on that particular day, and was doing stuff at home. And I'm like, well, I can prioritize this idle thing because last time there was one of these, there was a lot of benefits for having your friends progress to a certain point. You could borrow like their memory core, memory fragments or whatever, to progress the idle game more. So if I leave this open, maybe something like that will happen. But all that's really there for that kind of thing this time is the raids.
Yeah, a little bit of free gems, and that's about it. Like, you can get a little bit of an early bump in productivity by using your friends to bootstrap you in the raids a little bit, but since that you can obtain all of the rate rewards within the first 30 floors, as it were, it's not really that impactful long term.
Yeah. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of this thing. It was also somehow even more idle than the stupid business management one. Like,
I really like the business management one. I would have been just as happy if they'd just done that one again. Like I like that one a lot. I became obsessed with it very quickly. But yeah, this was like there's a lot to commend it as far as presentation is concerned. But yeah, it was a bit lighter than I expected in terms of the depth of content.
hey, it's
But yeah,
Primos to help us recoup from what Wolf did to us.
yeah, well, I mean, for me, there's going to be no recouping. I think it's just a matter of like when I want to get back on the train, I am going to have to either skip a bunch of patches or or open the wallet. So yeah, I haven't finalized my decision on what I'm going to do because I really would like to just grit my teeth, crack the wallet one more time or two more times or however many more
Yeah,
times,
that's
and just
the
get
slope.
yeah, that is the slope because I want to get Dahlia to E2 because that's sort of like because I just need Dahlia E2 and Tingyun E2, oh Tingyun, no, Fugue E2, and then that's that team completely finished. Like there's no rational argument to go any further than that until they release like a new premium break character, and then that's like all of the optimal eidolons have been obtained, and you can sort of forego in the short term Fugue E2 because if you've got a dance, you can more or less do it. Because the only good thing to come out of my getting absolutely booty blasted by the gacha was that I think I finished my dance at long last. Um, but yeah, the Dahlia E2 is an important eidolon because it basically the functional effect of it means that when you are playing against elemental type, instead of playing against type, you're playing neutral. Which means that you can forcibly apply your Super Break team to pretty much anything, any challenge in the end game, and you won't be pushing a rock up the hill. You might not have the benefit of Shill, but you also won't be playing against Element or anything like that. And
Really worried with Ashvale making follow up a thing. Hulei's going to come back.
Hulei's definitely going to come back. There's no question about it. That dog will not stay in his grave. But yeah, so I'm still contemplating. Okay, do I want to get Dahlia E2 and just call it done? I've now got a universal team that I can bang into whichever meta slot that I'm not filled, and that will mean that I've got the optimal team for any break shill that might ever happen. Plus, I've got the backup team that can be applied to any scenario when I am dropping out of a meta, because I don't want to pull those characters because there are too many penises involved or whatever. So the next patch is going to just be Blade, as far as I'm aware. So the next patch is an easy skip. It sounds like they're going to make him a Nihility support, which is concerning because then you don't know where they're going to put him. but yeah, I haven't made a decision about Evanescia yet. But if I get Dahlia, if I get Dahlia E2, then I can sort of probably flag Evanescia until she has a rerun. Because I mean, I might absolutely fall in love with her in the story. Who even knows? I haven't done enough of the story yet. But the thing that I'm dreading is like the eventual double elation shill anomaly arbitration.
Already here.
Oh, is it? Fantastic.
Yeah, you have to somehow split your team with Sparkle and on one and Super Wolf on the other.
I don't have any intention of doing that. I will find
You-
whichever
you-
one is squishier, and Firefly will do it.
Yeah, you have a brute force option for stuff like I do not. So I was doing I managed
I
to gold it with
deliberately
janky team split shenanigans.
I hyper invested in Firewife because I wanted that final brute force solution to every one of these things that I can't exploit the shill. And so far, she has just absolutely brutalized everything that I put her up against without much fanfare. And since they very rarely bother to shill Super Break, she's usually at a loose end. So yeah, have to think about what I'm going to do with that. I'm glad Relic Recon is back because I rolled like absolute dog water on all of my Silver Wolf artifacts, and of course I need to re-gear Sparksy because now that Silver Wolf is out, Sparksy has to be geared for speed again. So when you're running hyper carry Sparksy, you can gear her without any speed because Sparkle's going to supply the speed. So you just build your speed on Sparkle and use Sparkle instead. But when you're using Sparksy to supply punchline to Silverwolf, you need speed. So you got to put the speed boots on, and you know, we're you don't need to have her at 200. She's not one of those characters. She doesn't scale with it. But
Super Wolf is.
Superwolf is. But you do kind of need to at least hit like the old school target of 134. Otherwise, she's kind of be weirdly useless.
Yeah.
Never take a turn. But yeah, that's workable at least. It's not like trying to build two speed 200 elation characters at the same time, which I'm of course nowhere near because obviously you don't normally run speed gear on Silverwolf. You can. The difference is about 1% running speed over running her nominally ideal DPS set.
Silver Wolf or Super Wolf?
So it's trivial. So Superwolf. You can run speed on her and the loss will be negligible. From what I've heard. You can also run the support set and the loss will be negligible if you don't have anybody holding it. But yeah, I've got, a goodly number of pieces of the right set and Relic Recon is happening. And there's a decent amount of overlap between Sparkle gear and Super Wolf gear, so yeah, you can reasonably just build one or the other. And my planar ornaments are, as always, complete dog water, so yeah. At least they do this. Like, they don't do this in Genshin. So
I just built another not Lushaka set. Another what you call it? Sparkle needed re-gearing. Her Sacerdos set was in help me tier.
Did you have to go back to the Sacerdos mines or did you loot someone else?
No, that's Relic Recon.
Okay.
I'm Relic Reconning for Sparkle. OG.
I mean, Relic Reconning for Sacerdos applies to so many characters. Like, it's not really an argument that that's a bad idea.
I did it for Sunday last time. That's 2 of these now that I've got Sacerdos for.
Well, I mean, Sunday's going to get... Sunday, like, people always rag on Sunday, but he seems to just get played in every season no matter what because he's just like a good all-purpose hyper-carry supporter.
If you're not pulling, like, absolutely everything with all the dedicated supports for all the things coming out, you're going to have to jam Sunday in somewhere.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, people will say, "Oh, Robin's no good now. Sunday's no good now, etc., etc."
Really? Because I find use for Robin
But
and Sunday all the time.
Well, that's the thing, right? They're all talking in terms of, oh, well, you've got premium team, right, for this meta. There's no team except premium team for the meta. No. You need these generic ones. Like, people actually started saying Tribby was no good.
They're
It's like because Tribby lost her spot in remembrance to Cyrene and whatchamacallit, and Herta is no longer meta because she was too locked to raw stats of the day, but that has been used as, oh well, Tribby is now a useless character. So I'm sorry, no, Tribby works in every comp. There's no comp you can't use Tribby in.
Yeah. Our poor girl Wopo is getting abused by people I've seen.
So, that's the only sort of competition for just gearing Sparksy and Silverwolf through Relic Recon is, do I just get me a Huo? now that she's in the store,
Yes.
and Relic Recon Wowo.
I'm
But I don't know how stat dependent is Wowo.
like
What do you build on Wowo?
I had junk on my Wopo for the longest time and it worked fine. I had hyperspace on her. That's all she really needed. And I had the right primary stats, and the rolls were god awful.
What does she even scale with?
HP.
Okay, so you just get a bit of HP, get a bit of speed, get a bit of energy regen, and just ignore the rest of the stats because she's not going to do any damage anyway.
Yeah, just get as much HP as you can and slap what speed you get, and get an energy regen rope and call it good.
Does she also need Lushaka?
Yeah. Well,
why does everybody need Lushaka?
I don't have Lushaka on her because I don't have any more energy regen ropes for Lushaka. She's running Broken Keel right now, but Wopo works no matter what you got. Girl is flexible. There are optimal things you can do and things that will make your performance better, but Girlfriend really just doesn't care that much. As long as you got some speed on her and enough HP to make her heals not tickle, you're good to go. That's it. And that's a total judgment call on your end when it's good enough. I've used Swopo for a very, very, very long time. Girlfriend has been the ever-present part of the account that always is valuable.
Yeah, the question is always going to be, oh, well, what are they going to do?
Why did they put her in the shop? Is the real question.
Well, the thing is that, they're going to be responding to public sentiment to a certain extent, and she's sort of in the basket with Sunday and Robin and that people just assert that she's bad.
Because she's a generalist?
Well, it's not that so much that she's a generalist. It's that basically she is viewed by the people who are elitists at playing the game as being they view her as functionally a Harmony character which is worse than a regular Harmony character because the only thing she does is a little bit of attack and a little bit of energy, and she is generally viewed as being incapable of sustaining a team that has any reasonable amount of damage coming in.
Yeah,
that's the assertion. I've never used Wowo, so I don't know where that comes from or how true it is.
So this actually brings me to a point about last year's global passive. We have a new one with Super Wolf, but the last year's global passive, people were saying, "Oh, Castrace's passive ain't that big a deal." For Wowo, it is. For Wowo, it's a huge deal because it gave her a better version of her E2. And allows Woho to keep up teams she normally can't. It's a fracking huge deal when Castrace got her global passive. So many attempts that would have got washed got saved by it because Woho does not have the raw healing output of most other characters. But if you've got Castrace's passive on the team, usually that kind of damage that's going to whop the whole team only comes in once.
That gives you your one.
Yeah.
Your one get out of jail that you need in order to not scuff the run.
And given the fact that Woho is, the queen of energy regen, you're probably not going to have the fight go much longer. So, yeah, Castrace's global passive turned out to be a huge deal for people that love Wopo. And if you've got her on...
Love Wopo?
Yeah, and who doesn't love Wopo? And so if you've got Castrace on your account, the healing part of Wopo's kit doesn't really matter. They keep complaining that she doesn't have an emergency heal. She does. It just requires you to play, not on autopilot. It's like Aglaya. In fact, she's part of the Aglaya team. All that team has this quirk, but you may have to hold an ultimate. Because she heals anybody, at least the old way it worked. I think it's been buffed now with the Nova Flare. I haven't actually looked at her Nova Flares because it doesn't functionally play that different.
Her heal. If you already had her idol on, then the Nova Flare doesn't really change anything. But basically, the purpose of the Eidolon's the Nova Flare is fundamentally to make it so you aren't forced to get her Eidolon to get basic functionality out of her.
Yeah, you can play her SP neutral if you need to with a team that's SP hungry.
But the Nova Flare doesn't significantly improve her healing. It does improve her healing. That is a thing that is strictly correct. However, it does not do anything to assuage the complaints about her needing an emergency heal.
Yeah.
You still have to play intelligently in order for the incoming damage to be dealt with appropriately.
So the way Wowo skill used to work, as long as you had pips, so you had used the skill in the last 2 turns without E1, 3 turns with E1, now 4 turns if you're E1 with Nova Flare. And you have pips of the Divine Thing, she will heal anybody in the party under 50% HP for a rather chunky heal whenever anybody ultimates. Doesn't matter who. So you would wind up in situations where you do have an on-tap emergency heal for anybody that gets low, but it requires you to have an ultimate on standby. So you can't just brainlessly mash your ultimates for optimal damage with Wowo. You do have to think about it. Like, sometimes you've got to hang on to it. And she did have a colossal burst heal on her skill, and you wanted to use it, even off turn whenever you had the skill points, because it gave her a ton of personal energy, and you want that energy regen for the whole team. But sometimes you want to go, you're on an SP hungrier team, you had to think about it. Maybe I don't need the energy right now, and I need the skill points more. Like, these are all decisions you have to make with Wowo that don't make her brain dead. And I think this is why people would say Wowo's bad. And does that make her, as, good as, the people that can, just auto do stuff like adventuring or like, what's Fat Fuck's name?
Lilika.
Yeah. Yeah, Little Ika. Like, is she as universally applicable as those two and can get away with full autopilot? No, but she can get the job done, and she's got the job done with my account for literally 2 years now and has never been replaced. All I had to do was pull one Eidolon for her to make her more usable in the teams when I was a bit more SP hungry. That was it. And she's been fine. So all the people doom posting about my girl can get on my level and learn to Wopo.
Well, she's not going anywhere. I don't have to worry about getting her in a big hurry. Like, she's gonna be in that shop forever. So
yeah,
and because I had to freaking crack the wallet twice, I've got the extra golden spirit as well.
It makes me so mad.
I just go in there and get me an E1 Wowo if I wanted to.
It just baffles me how radically out of touch I am with the rest of the Star Rail community, because my account is clearly not playing the same game they are.
Well, it's this because most of them aren't actually playing the game. They're just like parroting things they've heard a content creator say at each other.
Yeah, like they're sitting there talking about how useless Robin is now and how bad Wowo is and how she can't keep anybody alive. Like, you motherfuckers, do you know how much those two characters have kept my account going for the last 2 years? And I've jammed them in all kinds of the comps they don't belong in.
Well, the thing is that all of them are like they live and die on attention, so they all need to be talking about the latest things, and the only conversation you can really have about the latest things are if you've got all of the premium parts, then you need to have an opinion on it. If you are rocking a sub premium team, it doesn't matter that you can clear with it. It doesn't matter that you can get all of your stars on Memory of Chaos. What matters is that you can zero cycle.
Which is a universe I just don't live in. Like, if Wowo can keep the team alive and we can get it in 3 cycles, I call that a successful week.
I've seen, I mean, it's not like the entire community is like that. Like, I've seen several threads on the Twitter of people like, yeah, I cleared MOC in 4 cycles and I was really happy because I got all the rewards. And everybody looked at me like I was a retard. Yeah, and then proceed to have a big discussion about, yeah, I don't understand either. You've got 10 seconds to clear, 10 cycles to clear MOC. So long as you're within 10, you're no worse off than the people who got it in 0. So
I'm in that boat. I get you. Like me and Wowo may not be zero cycling anything. We're running the Aggie team with E0 Cyrene. Like, we ain't zero cycling crap, but we get the job done.
So I've never been able to run premium Castorus because I don't have Cyrene. I use Triby instead, and that's been more than enough to zero cycle a lot of times, actually.
I mean, I did not have Triby initially and had to get her on the rerun, but she still lives on the Castorus team. I have Cyrene, and Cyrene's currently occupied. She's busy somewhere else.
Girl can't be everywhere.
So I still get plenty of use out of Triby on that team.
Yeah. Anyway, Relic Recon is great. It allows you to get over the fact that you have to go to the Sakados mines again, if as the case may be. But yeah, there's not really a lot else for me to talk about there because I haven't really spent any time with it. I just have to ruminate on how I'm going to what I'm going to do going forward. I guess I will suspend judgment on how the teams that I have available to me work and click together without Huo until I have some time to tool around with it.
Uh,
I guess it depends on the format, like because I'm sure Hyacinth will do just fine, like she does everywhere else.
she will. Like, while Superwolf can't benefit from Wowo, her friends can, and her friends ulting helps her, and that means
I mean,
Woho helps.
I can just if I can't, I'll chuck better vision in there and can improve Sparksy's negligible damage a little bit.
Uh,
Whatever works.
yeah, like I really should build my Butter Vision. He's built with the biggest, fattest air quotes of all time. I have like one substat on the gear.
I've got him okay. I've got him okay-ish because he's quite a good. I think Huawei is still considered premium, but he's quite a good support for the dot team.
Yeah. Well, originally Woho I think was billed as the dot healer. it's
Well, she has no interaction with dot, so I just sort of assumed that would change over the course of time. But yeah, I don't know. Presumably, there's going to be a purpose-built sustain of some kind for elation, because that just seems to be the way they go with these things. But who knows who that will be? Maybe
yeah.
it'll be the prettiest clanker. Maybe she'll get to be a sustain. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, I do not have very much juice in the account after my Super Wolf pulls either. I'm not planning on scooping more. I'll see how much I get from the anniversary and how much I've gotten. I don't even know how much I've recovered after going through the new area. I think I've still got some stuff to
I'm
explore and jumps to do and stuff like that.
I'm so frustrated. Like Linnea was supposed to be like my final pull session for Lahiro, not Lahiroy, the other snowy place, not Cry, with a hyphenated name. And I'm sitting on a small mountain of Primogems still.
Oh, I'm not. Her stupid little Jack Frost ate all of my Primo Gems.
I was just like, can I just transfer some Primogems into the Stellar Jade economy, please? Because I need them.
Super Wolf was not nice to me, but she wasn't quite as mean to you. I think we lost 50-50 and had to go. I wasn't counting, but it wasn't immediately that we
You
got her
got Yunli. You got Yunli. And it seems like you're into feat characters these days.
into. The feet are something to get over. They are not something that adds to the sale value. Like they they having to get seed operational to maximize best snake is more about my love of best snake than the feet. In fact, the feet are a major not sell point.
I actually rather enjoyed taking a brief digression a little bit. I actually rather enjoyed the tiny bit that I got to play of Cecilia in some of the event game modes and that sort of thing. Like she's fun, but she doesn't really feel like she meshes all that well with a lot of other characters.
Yeah.
Like she seems to want she I guess she is a lot like Seed in that she wants a sort of weird middling amount of field time.
Yeah, you can play her
But
low field time and still run her with Sambi. I mean, it works. You can play her higher field time with Seed. Because Seed will get
we play a hyper carry.
or you do the correct option and play Sissy a hyper carry. Like she doesn't do negligible damage if you make her your main DPS. You can make it work. And
I don't intend to pull for her. I just found that she was more enjoyable to play than I expected reading the kit. The kit sounded really jank. And the kit actually is really jank, but it just seems to come together okay.
yeah, it's not a particularly complicated kit. It's got Galbraina syndrome all over it, where there's a whole lot of words there, but all it translates into is build pips with EX special, spend pips with dive. If you don't spend pips with dive, as long as you've spent 6 pips in the last little bit, the enemy will take more damage. That's it. And if you have pips when you switch out, they will slowly be used up over time instead of being dumped all at once with the dive. That's it.
Anyway, so um, yeah, so Star Rail is sort of an unknown quantity to me at the moment. I have a lot of I've got a lot of freaking simulated universe that's going to need to be cleared in order to get my Relic Recon done. But yeah, I'll get onto it in the legendary time in which I've got time to do anything at all.
Yeah.
Oh, everything sucks. But yeah, hopefully I will get a chance to sit down and finish the main story tonight and see what actually happens with Crazy Lady and other Crazy Lady and but just be crazy in this universe, man.
Yeah. The when you finish it next week, there'll be interesting things to say on it. It's not all positive I have to say about it, but in general, I have roughly positive impressions of the just this patch story, not the entirety of it itself. But I'm very hopeful for what they can do with Plain Arcadia, given the reveals here. So we'll leave it at that one, I think.
Well, the thing, the lens you've got to view it through is that they aren't planning to stay there all year as well, because
Yeah.
they're doing a 2-part arc, one which is on one half on Planet Arcadia and the other half. Although I don't know if it's actually divided into halves or whether it's 2/3, 1/3 or what. They didn't really clarify. But the other one is going to be taking place in the entertainment capital for the IPC. So they are going to have to at least tie things up kind of in a timely fashion instead of dragging things out for an appreciable fraction of eternity while they introduce 12 new characters or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, they've got the typical stinger at the end of this one that's interesting. You actually have a double stinger at the end of this one. So get your cliffhanger boots on.
Oh boy. But yeah. Right, so we can probably skip Woowa since Woowa did nothing this week.
Yeah.
Not really anything to talk about.
Yeah, the banner
I mean,
cycle
I'm
next
fine with
week.
that. I don't want every game to be doing things a mile a minute at all times, or I wouldn't have time to do anything.
I am very glad that the anniversary desynced Star Rail from Woowa.
Well, I mean, the change in the timing for Star Rail was always an accident. Like, it was not supposed to end up like that. They were not supposed to be in sync. That we're just back to business as normal. They shortened the previous Star Rail patch by the amount that they lengthened the one before that. So
Yeah.
they're back on track to where they need to be, so they don't overlap anymore. But yeah, we was having basically a beat week. There's not really anything to talk about there, which is good because everybody needs time to breathe sometimes.
Yeah, we'll have we'll both have new characters next week. So,
but the build planner is up for the new characters and the new banner characters. So yeah, if you have not farmed them up yet, you can start farming them up now.
I'm pre-farmed.
I mean, I would be pre-farmed if it was possible. It's not, so
yeah.
I'm stuck.
I'm
stuck. I don't have any of these boss mats. I've got everything else, materials wise, for the characters for both Hiyuki and Danya, but I haven't done any eco development yet, and I can't do the boss materials because I can't do the boss materials.
I have an echo set ready for that's playable. It's got they're not high rolls, but they have at least double subs across it, so it's perfectly workable. I can work on refining that over time.
I could work on Danya's ones, but Danya is the second phase banner, and also I don't really know what stats she's going to favor for sure yet, and in what ratios, so it would be jumping the gun, really. Hiyuki's, I could make an educated guess, but her echo set's not in the game, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. So yeah, I've got Yuno's traces almost completely farmed up. I've got her weekly boss mats good to go. So and her regular boss mats. So I should have a ability to flip the screen upside down next show, and you should well, we can get started making your ice
She's
waifu.
she's like another Hecate, right?
Yeah, more Hecate.
They love them some Hecate.
Yeah, I think it was Hecate for Yuno, and it's Fleur de Lis for Augusta, I think. Which is fine by me because even if the Augusta rerun banner never comes, Fleur de Lis materials, like, I need so many of those. Still need Arrow Rover skills are still all 666. 6. I think one of them is a 7. I think I made like the skill or the ultimate or the Forte 7.
I think all my regulars are skilled up, but I don't have that many regulars compared to you because my Gachalak is terrible. So, yeah, moving on to ZZZ. So ZZZ only basically really did the whatchamacallit, the puzzle event this week, but I think there's still one more event to go for this patch cycle, starting on the 29th server time, if I recall offhand.
Yeah, I think we're going into the week before. So next week will be the week of whatever the last minor event is, and then the following week will be the next big patch.
The big patch will deploy mid next week. So they did the show. The show was quite short this time, as sort of, I guess, to some extent to be expected for that terminal patch where they can't really do anything other than tease what's going to happen in the next big chapter. So yeah, there's not really a lot to say about it. They did the character previews. I'm not. I ummed and ahed about whether I was interested in pulling for Premiere, but the decision sort of got made for me by the fact that they're releasing an outfit for Miyabi. It's like, okay, so I'm just going to play Miyabi like all the time now. So there's not really much point in getting Premiere.
Yeah, and it looks like the first initial batch of wind element stuff will have wind applied by the boss itself, is what it looked like from the preview I saw.
Yeah, so you're not going to need any special bonuses for it, I don't think. I mean, it's going to show Premiere, obviously.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It'll probably be fine with Best Fox. So probably we're not going to pull Premiere. Also, her mechanics just don't seem like terribly interesting. That it just seems like, the same sort of thing. The only thing she's got that's really hers is her extra effects for the wind thing, and they're going to be, I'm sure, unremarkable after Wind has spent some time on the grill. And also the fact that she's one of the most Goonerbait characters ever to be introduced to the game.
Yeah,
that's pretty inarguable, really, I think.
the BDSM ain't my thing. But yeah, I need to take a whole patch to recover.
Like she basically her like DPS phase seems to be built around her slow walking around the enemy in her underwear. Like it's pretty extreme as far as ZZC is concerned.
I mean, they know what sells.
I'm sure it will, but it's very conspicuous. Like it's well into the level where I wouldn't play this game with my parents in the room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. This is the dev team that made sure the nylon on the hose for your girlfriend's stockings squeaked appropriately.
So yeah, so they showed off Premiere a bit, and it's she's got a serviceable enough Anomaly Ice kit. I mean, I'm sure it would be a godsend for anybody who wants Anomaly Ice and for whatever strange reason just doesn't have Miyabi. But yeah, I just don't think that there's much there that's remarkable. That could change. They could make some support that like synergizes spectacularly with her or something like that. But at this stage, it's sort of like not hugely interested in pulling for Premiere. More, I would, if you put up a Premiere banner with like a Miyabi banner at the same time, I would probably pull a Mindscape for Miyabi and just play Miyabi more rather than playing Premiere.
Yeah. And Miyabi just is working just fine right now with Nangong after she came out.
Like, I mean, I love those characters. I love playing Nangong. She's one of my favorite stunners. I love all the stunners, so I guess it doesn't mean anything to say. and I love playing Miyabi as well because it feels stylish to play. It's got headroom to play properly if you really want to, and it doesn't require you to be an action game genius to understand how to use her mechanics.
You
Like
get
she suits me perfectly.
you get to Judgment Nut without needing to learn Virgil.
Yeah. Like, I mean, what could be better?
That said, Virgil
But
is not very hard to learn to play.
I wouldn't know because I've never gotten far enough to play Virgil.
Well, he's always in
Um,
the special edition anyway.
Yeah. I've gotten to the point where I have to fight Virgil over and over again because he keeps killing me. But yeah, I don't think I think that that's actually where I dropped Devil May Cry 3 back in the day.
Oh, Virgil, the second boss fight onwards, just his second and third
I
boss
don't
fights are
remember
rather
I
infamous.
don't remember anything about exactly what the context was. I just remember that it was basically I think I did beat him in the end, but I was burned out by the time I did because I'm just not good at action games. And it was all I remember is it was just basically a circular arena, and he just walked slowly around and then killed me repeatedly.
Yeah, that could have been the first or the second fight, but
I don't remember exactly.
what do you
That's just
mean
the
that
part
you
that's lodged in my brain.
what do you mean you don't know how to play Virgil? Your fire wife took up the mantle in the plastic chair for him.
Well, I mean, she's sort of like a transforming hero character. She's not really a Judgment Knight character.
I found it hilarious in the trailer how Silverwolf is saying all the Virgil stuff, but Firefly's the one in the chair.
Well, it's because Firefly doesn't know any gaming lines. Somebody's got to supply the other half of the script. Like it's a plot point in the whatchamacallit, that farewell Penacony patch. It's a plot point that Firefly doesn't play video games, and so that's why in the event that they released in that patch, Silverwolf asks Stell if she has a noble phantasm that makes Firefly play video games because she's never been able to get her to do it.
Yeah, no, your fire wife is the canon Virgil for Star Rail now. You got the plastic chair.
I love how the plastic chair is just everywhere now.
Yeah, it hurts me a little bit to see people that don't get it, but at the same time, there are still a ton of people that do, and just the general audience, and this is the Hoyo audience, so you know they're brain challenged, and even they get it, and just everybody is like, yeah, the plastic chair, just is just permanently associated with the Virgil now, and it has made that scene so iconic. Like people that have never played Devil May Cry and never seen the scene still know about the plastic chair.
Yeah, so they showed Premiere and they also showed Starlight Billy. So it's Billy. I mean, he's Billy and he does Billy things, which is to say he does Kamen Rider things. He's Billy. I don't know what else to tell you. Rupture physical. Do the thing.
I mean, it looks cool.
Scales with HP and Rupture. So, yeah, I mean, as far as like ostensibly male characters go,
I mean yeah, he's still 2-boy coded, as the Twitter would say, for me to pull on him. But
I mean, he's cool. He's a fun character. Like in terms of, I like the character of Billy Kid because he's just a dork, and he's unapologetically a dork. But yeah, I'm still not going to pull for him. But yeah, it's sort of these previews make it kind of hard to tell what the kid is really about per se. He just does Billy things basically.
big hammy voice lines, motorcycles, guns.
Yeah, they don't really go into much detail. Like I said, it was a very short a very short preview show this time. They talk a little bit about where the story is headed, etc. Did you watch any of the behind the scenes stuff about where they're going for 3.x?
No, I haven't watched that yet. I just watched part of the preview stream for this patch.
Okay, well, I mean, it's very brief, and they're mostly trying to avoid spoilers, but they talk a little bit about about how they're going to the Bamboo City in the Sky that's run by Lady Sunbringer. It's sort of like Bamboo Heaven, pretty much.
Oh,
And
that's right. We're getting the
the sort of
multiplayer
artist,
Bangbu thing.
yeah, and when people talk about like Bangbu related mini games, I just start to have flashbacks. But yeah, there's we're visiting the city in the sky and so on, and it's going to heavily involve that as like the new home base, like the new version of Wi-Fi Peninsula, hopefully with a little bit less Wi-Fi Peninsula associated with it. But yeah, and then in the preview show, they talk a little bit about the focus of all the major factions seems to be on Remiel at the moment. So, what is her secret? Who knows? They also talk a little bit about how the proxy is going to be involved in combat. Basically, it's going to be an extension of the powers that they develop over the course of time. Are basically going to give them. It sounds like they're doing the Legend of Phython thing. So Phython had like 4 horses pulling the chariot, of which one of them was Aeus.
Mhm.
And so there's at least 3 other figures, and I think one of them is basically going to be the embodiment of Phython's powers in combat, and that's going to be the way that they express that. And presumably this concept, based on some of the stuff they showed in the previews, is going to be introduced in this patch or next patch. But the structure is that they are intending to close off the current arc and introduce the new arc in this 2.8 that's coming. 3.0 is apparently going to be sort of like a comparatively low-key introduction to the area type of story. And then the anniversary will be in 3.1. And that's where there's going to be like the first major climax of the new arc is going to take place. So that's the layout going forward. I'm trying to remember if they said anything in particular about systems and combat. They did say that they already have a bunch of Nova Flare stuff planned going into the future. They didn't say if Caesar was one of them. Caesar badly needs it.
She's got to
Like,
be on
I
the
think
short
that
list.
she's one of the worst off in the game at the moment. Like, I think that like between her and Zhu and Qingyi, there's basically nobody else who's in more dire need.
Yeah,
I think you could probably do something though. I think to clean up Rena a little bit, because she's just clumsy to use. Like that kit has its role, and there's nobody else who really does that job. The pin job.
yeah. But those Bangbu don't stay on the field long enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is she's just too difficult to use effectively. Like the sheer difficulty level of playing that character at the level that would be required for her to pass as any other kind of premium support is just too high. You need to be too good at the game in order to use her.
Especially when we got just in the last little bit, we got Suna, if you play her hit it and forget it, or Sissia, if you play her hit it and forget it style. Like, their buffs last 30 whole seconds.
Yeah, like there are other buffs in the game that last for 40 seconds. Like they are really leaning on long buff times for a lot of things now, and the 8 seconds or whatever it is tops. I think you can get.
I think it caps out at
Like,
12 or 16 with Mindscapes.
It's
I have
not very much.
I have an E6 Rena. She is the one that has shown up more than anybody else by a huge margin.
But it's still not enough to justify actually using her over anybody else in any context.
Nope.
There's no character which has enough defense to make you favor bringing Rena over just bringing a Rupture team. I wonder if that's why there are no other penetration characters, because they introduced Rupture.
Mm-hmm. Well, presumably, if Hoyo follows the pattern, the shield archetypes will be put on the back burner until they can think of something new to do with them for a while. So we'll probably see Rupture take a break for a bit. Now, that said, with ZZZ, they don't exactly have an expansive roster of types to pull from. So it may find its way weaseling itself back in there sooner rather than later compared to the other games. But yeah, I would not be surprised if they put Rupture down for a bit and give it a good hard thunk.
Some of the phrasing in their dev talk suggested that they have a very voluminous amount of feedback on Rupture generally, and that they're still working through it and how they're going to adapt what they've received in feedback moving forward. So I think they probably have a lot of information on how Rupture has worked in practice and how it's been received and what can and can't be done with it. Like we discussed previously, Yishin, it doesn't function in any way like a Rupture character except on a statistical level.
Yeah, she was the
She
first
doesn't
one and
work
has
with
that
any of the.
that first
She
character
doesn't work
weird
with any
syndrome.
buffs at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
She doesn't work with a single Rupture buff in Hollow Zero. It's like she's the wrong specialty.
Yeah,
There's not really anything to be done about that at this point.
I mean-
If they, it's like it's too early to give her like an upgrade, but they almost kind of need to just to make her work like the rest of the archetype.
yeah. I mean,
Otherwise, she's just going to be locked into like one or two teams forever, and you won't be able to use her with anybody else because all the Rupture supports will be designed to support Yadari and Minato and Billy and all of the other Ruptures that will come out in the future.
people that cut their life into pieces, which is an okay way to take Rupture. It's just unfortunate for your chicken wife that she got left out of the club.
Yeah, but they keep sort of they keep vaguely alluding to stuff in the dev talk about things they're going to do. They are apparently going to do a pass of some of the old bosses, presumably the Deadly Assault ones, and just give them new abilities.
Yeah.
For version 3.
I was hoping they would do this when they first introduced Deadly Assault and just update them a little bit more frequently. They haven't really done any updates, just adding a few modifiers. So a good solid pass through them will be nice.
Yeah, I don't know to what extent they're going to do, but they did explicitly say they're going to give them actual new combat moves that they can do. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there was anything else particularly that that they mentioned that would impact. I mean, they're going to do another version of Hollow Zero, of course. I mean, I don't know exactly what they're gonna do with it, but
as long as it remains as unobtrusive as it has been, they can do whatever.
Yeah, it's very lightweight compared to freaking Imaginarium Theatre, which is a huge amount of mental friction for me. I absolutely detest it.
Yeah,
I still say mean things about it every time there's a feedback form. But yeah, what else was there? Was there anything else? I'm just trying to take a quick skip through. No, apparently they received like massively good feedback for the Hot Pot event. But people just thought it was the best thing ever, apparently. I thought it was fun. Like, I didn't exactly worship it, but okay. But apparently people like both the gameplay and the sort of like the overall tone of the thing.
They just like Miss Hisket and Heat Stroke.
Do you like anything that has Cecilia in it?
This is true.
But,
the girl is adorable. It looks like she's going to be featured quite a bit in the upcoming patch too. She's just not a one and done patcher.
But yeah, apparently they're planning to they claim that they're planning to lean a little bit more heavily on combat stuff in season 3 for the story, and that particularly as they roll into 3.1, they're going to try some sort of like new experimental stuff regarding like integration of storytelling and combat rather than having them functionally totally segregated from each other.
That's interesting. Okay.
Don't know what that will look like, but it sounds a lot like they've just got a lot of experiments on the burner at the moment, and they don't know exactly how it's going to play out. They straight up said at one point, if I recall correctly, that yeah, we've got a whole mountain of these ideas, but we basically aren't ready to tell you about them yet because we have no idea if they're going to work or not. So yeah, they it doesn't appear like they're resting on their laurels. They don't have the sort of complacency that you often see from the Genshin and Star Rail teams. They keep trying to shake things up. So,
Yeah,
which is
well,
another thing that the Wuwa team are also good at. Like they don't tend to just stick to doing the same old thing. They need to have more first person camera than last time. More uncanny bunnies.
I'm not gonna get over that Nightmare Rabbit ever. Like, I it did not surprise me when the Nightmare Rabbit came up and they went to that level of detail, but at the same time, I was I don't surprised is the wrong word, but just horrified by the amount of detail they went into for that rabbit.
It's lodged in my brain now. The image of that rabbit talking.
It's evil smug faces. Most evil rabbit. Whenever I see my sister's rabbits, I now transpose the Nightmare Rabbit's faces onto them in my brain.
But yeah, so ZZC's more or less on the same trajectory that it has been, in the sense that they are, you know, moving forward now, having left behind the questionable decisions of early 2.x with the strange digression into being a mystic, which didn't really stick, and the strange discovery of magic rocks that do creator things because reasons.
We're just going to try very hard to forget the Creator Ball was ever a thing.
Like it seems like they're trying to make a relatively clean break from a lot of the older story concepts because they can see that it just didn't play out the way they expected. I expect that they'll be rehabilitated at a later date. That's usually the way these things go when something doesn't work. They'll just, they'll let it sit for a while till everybody forgets the fine detail reasons why it was terrible, and then they'll rehabilitate it in a new context.
Yeah,
But,
while it did burn them this time with just how quickly they hit the eject button, at least if stuff starts going south in ZZZ. So far, this team has demonstrated exactly one quality consistently, and that is a willingness to go full retard on experimentation and pivoting if they think they need to. So if things go bad for a bit, you can be relatively certain if you check back in a few months, it will be somewhere else. So, yeah, we'll see.
yeah, that's more or less it for Gacha at the moment. I don't think I've got much else I want to speak of in that space.
We're getting a new region
just
in
wish
WoWo with the next patch, right? The next big patch?
yes, there's the region nearest to where the Exostrider seal is underground. It's like the base of the big tree, basically, that seals the gate, the Strider gate.
Okay.
And hopefully, it will be full of asterite. Because I've got to pull 2 characters this patch.
Yeah.
Somehow.
So, yeah, pull plans right now. WoWo pull plans are remaining the same. Hold for Augusta rerun, or if a new character catches my eye, but try to keep enough in the tank for an Augusta rerun. Genshin, I'm out. I'm out. And Star Rail, see where the anniversary plus all the stuff left over. I still got a ton to go back and get in Amphorius too if I really get desperate. Try to pull Evanescia because I like her, but I'm not too fussed if I don't get her, and I'll be skipping literally the entirety of the patch afterwards to recoup, and likely part of the patch after that. And then in ZZZ, I need to do a full recoup patch, like now. I already had to crack the wallet for Cecilia.
I still have some stuff in the tank, and I will be skipping next patch as well. So I should be reasonably flush by the time 3.0 lands, which is probably going to lead off with Booba Monster. I mean, I knew from seeing her in game that she was a Booba Monster, but it wasn't until I saw her put up alongside the other female characters in the game who are well endowed that I realized how much of a boober monster she is.
Like girlfriend got it going on.
Girlfriend got several women's worth of it going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely won the double X lottery. The multiplayer comes out. We need to put her up standing next to Yadari.
I've seen that. I've seen that. I've seen the models next to each other, and Yadari is probably about half the size.
That is terrifying.
It is quite terrifying indeed.
Like, Yadari is the Booba Monster Goonerbait character right now.
Yeah, and she looks like a C cup next to what's her name? I've already forgotten what her name is.
Her name is Melons.
Unless somebody doctored these pictures, which is entirely possible because it's become kind of a meme. Yeah, there's a lot of material there.
Like girls in ZZZ tend to have, if they are on the, the woman with a capital W end of the scale, tend to have one aspect that is emphasized, although the others will not be lacking usually. Like for Zoo, the trunk is full of that junk. And for Yadari, I don't know how she stays upright. If we add more weight to that, how is New Girl not just falling over?
Well, she seems to be a relatively sort of like sedate type of character. Like you never see her moving very quickly. She always just tries to stand with very good posture, probably because she knows her posture is at risk.
I mean,
Yadari doesn't move around all that much.
It makes sense.
Not very dynamic.
It makes sense with Yadari because she uses a big F off hammer. It doesn't matter if she's unbalanced because the hammer's going to do it for her anyway. I see why people want more of this grass.
It is fun to just play with.
See what shapes you can make with the grass with random moves from your characters.
But yeah, so that's CCC, that's Woo, that's all the big gachas. I don't know that I have any news stemming from any other particular arena this time around. That's pretty much just been the Final Fantasy stuff plus more gachas as far as I've seen. I haven't there is a big debacle over some game that came out having the most cancerous localization ever seen. Where it's like no attempt has even been made to genuinely translate. They just put a whole bunch of replacement woke dialogue in. But it's like it's conspicuously bad to the point that a lot of people are like, is this a parody? Like, is this actually? They didn't actually do this, did they? But even that's not really a particularly significant story. It's just something that got a lot of play on social media. I haven't seen anything particularly interesting to talk about. There was a dev talk thing about Snezhnaya, but I haven't had time to watch it yet.
I think I can confidently say I don't care very much.
It's going to be full of snow.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm going to let that one get quite a bit of legs under it. I did do the current World Quest and Linnea's story for Genshin. Linnea's story did not take very long. The World Quest
it's not very long, but it's still better than Mavwika's.
Yeah, well, it actually has to do with the character that it's advertising. The story was fine. I liked it. The minigame was stupid, and I hated it.
Well, yeah, it's stupid, but you're never going to see it again, so it's not really a problem.
Yeah, well, it's just it would not have bothered me as much if Milliester Wonderland wasn't a thing, and I'm just like, somehow,
It's because you know where that dev time is actually going.
Milliester Wonderland is responsible for it this time. I just know it. And yeah, I intend to close Genshin and just not open it. I came back and did a burst of play when Linnea came out because I wanted to pull Linnea, and I went ahead and got all the returner bonuses and got caught up again, and now the game is on pause and something interests me. And I genuinely don't know what that is right now. Genshin Wu's existence has basically shot Genshin in the foot, in one foot, and then it shot its other foot with Milliastra Wonderland.
Yeah. I'm still engaged with Genshin, but at a very, very low level. Like three condensed resins worth of relic farming and then log out type of engagement.
I part of the reason I'm so gung-ho to kick Genshin off of the list as well is because its daily farming is the worst out of all the gachas. Like, if I cut Genshin out, it halves the time it takes me to do the gacha dailies if I'm not particularly into gacha that particular day. Like, because it just takes so long, and it also puts me on a timer, or a schedule rather, not a timer. Where
Yeah, because there's no overflow resin.
yeah, they're instead of just having generic overflow resin, like, you know, ZZ and Star Rail have colossal reserves, and Wuwa still has 3 times your max. Like, that's not nothing, and it just happens. You don't have to think about it, and you can just pull from it to make up the difference if you do your farming out of sync with the day, and you don't get burned. Not for Genshin. There's no overflow resin, and your dailies are locked to needing the 150. So if you get desynced pretty bad because you woke up late, had to go run to the office because it's almost 9 o'clock, you know, your
condensed resin is kept at 5 for no reason.
Yeah, your whole schedule is screwed. But the second you cut Genshin out, all of a sudden the gacha dailies aren't that bad because you're not stuck on a schedule anymore. Like, I can log on at any point in the day and do them. If I only got time to, you know, let Star Rail run its ones and have to come back and do ZZs and Wuas later, that's fine. They're not gonna schedule lock me.
Yeah, I mean the one thing that was schedule locked on Star Rail they removed in the last major patch number, which was the assignment thing, the Facebook game.
Oh,
thing.
right, that thing.
Now you can collect it up to once an hour, so you don't have to worry about if you collected it at what time on what day, depending on what you might have been doing.
So yeah,
which is the source of my infinite trick snacks.
I have hesitantly pushed the button to auto-consume trick snacks. I wonder how much my supply of like 2+, like, I gotta have like 3,000 trick snacks.
I've got like 8 or 9,000 at the moment, I think. They've just been sort of building up.
Yeah, the thing about pushing them auto-consume buttons is, if you go on a couple play benders and get lost in the weeds pushing buttons, you have no idea how long it's going to be before those start conspicuously disappearing faster than you thought they would.
You just need to see more of Numby.
Actually, yes, because I was lawn mowing some of the other early areas in Plain Arcadia, and I think it's actually got a gadget for finding the treasure chest, but I refuse to not let Numby get a workout because poor Numby has been taken out of a job by the Herda and now by a freaking inventory item. And I feel bad for my boy.
He's getting podgy. Not enough exercise.
Yeah, that's another character in Star Rail that people poo-poo all the time is freaking Topaz for the follow-up team. Like, oh,
Topaz would be better off if people poo-pooed her. Nobody talks about Topaz, period.
Yeah, well, the bit I see about her is, oh, she's just not that good. She got power crap by XY. Like, that is 50% additional follow-up damage on Numby. 50. And Numby takes a billion actions.
Well, I guess they just want to use characters with penises is all, so...
I mean, Numby might have a penis, we don't know. We'd have to ask Topaz.
I don't know how Void Trotters reproduce anyway, so...
Oh, maybe Aha pulls him out of a space wedgie.
Does she use any? Does Topaz use any pronouns for Numby? I don't even remember.
I don't know. I don't think so. Topi, but see, the thing is, Numby has a bow, but this could be, Millennial Girl has the pet and puts the bow on the animal, even if it's a boy. Or it could just be, maybe Numby liked it. We have no idea.
I haven't had Numby visit the Astral Express for me to feed it in a while.
Oh, there is a random ass trotter in the middle of the Dual Dimension City's main district, like when you first arrive on the planet, and Numby can detect that trotter from like 100 meters away, making him functionally useless for that entire street.
Is it only interested in the trotter?
Anytime there's a trotter around, Numby will immediately run up to it and start making hearts at it. Like, Numby is a horn dog.
I see.
He does it. He's really bad if you pull him out in the Tantalov, the area where Divergent Universe is, or simulate. Well, yeah, the gold, yeah, that thing. Because there's trotters.
Flying boat.
Yeah, there's trotters all over the flipping place near the simulated universe portal. There's like 5 of them, and Numby doesn't know who he wants to go hit on.
He just flips out.
Yeah, he's like, oh, so many trotters. So presumably, trotters do reproduce with the help of another trotter. Because Numby certainly is attracted to them.
But then, Numby does predominantly live on Topaz's petting zoo ship. So, probably only knows what regular animals do.
Possible. None of the other trotters ever seem to be particularly interested in poor Numby. He shoots a shot.
Numby's an incel.
Hey, no, he's trying. He's shooting his shot and getting his stuff out there. Can't have you badmouth my boy like that. So yeah, that's the gachas. That's the Final Fantasies, and that's Gurumin.
Did anything else happen this week? I don't remember.
I sent you a scree with screenshots about an engineer this week.
Yes, you were very upset at this engineer.
I
don't really understand most of what you posted, but it seemed very high-handed on his part.
He was there was nothing special about this engineer other than he was a dick on the phone. But he was one of those, you're going to do it exactly how I wrote it in the schedule. Well, the schedule you wrote doesn't work.
Well, the question is there any way to make money off the fact that the schedule that he wrote doesn't work?
Well, what I wound up doing was talking to my customer. He's like, I've got the job. I just need you to shut this engineer up. I'm like, okay. And what I did was I wound up sticking all kinds of useless options on this stuff because the engineer didn't specify that those were not allowed. And the customer was A-okay with this. This is a government job. We don't care. We're reaming the government for our tax money back. Because he's just going to mark up whatever I give him to the customer at the same percentage anyway, so he's cool with it.
I wish I could get my tax money back.
Yep. But, yeah. No. Engineer comes, sends me a schedule. Pumps that he's got won't work. One of the pumps he has on there has a model number listed, and it's the model number for the quick removal fittings. Just the brackets. And he's calling this a pump. And he's flipping his lid when I have to pick a pump to stick on there, because I don't know if you know this, but brackets can't pump water.
Maybe he's just dumb.
He was. And so he sends me a very specific list of the actual flow rates, which are, in some cases 10 feet ahead different, and all of a sudden the stuff he wrote does work. Like, well, you dumb you shouldn't have put 50 feet ahead if you meant 40. That's kind of a ginormous difference. Especially the scale we're talking about around 50 GPM. Why are engineers stupid, man?
Well, that's sort of like a lesser version of doctors. Basically, if you go to professional engineering school, there are various elements involved in the faculty who will spend a lot of time gassing you up, or at least attempting to do so.
Mm-hmm.
So, like most engineers will finish professional engineering school with quite the ego. And once you've got quite the ego, nobody can tell you anything.
Yeah. Like, just dumb people. So yeah, that ain't one of my days. Thursday and Friday were particularly bad for me this week, but Monday through Wednesday weren't that bad. Aside from having to do government crap on day, I think it was.
All right, there's one more thing in the Steam in the ZZZ thing, which is that they're going to be on Steam now, and everybody is furiously speculating about what this means. And there's there's the doomers who are like, oh, this means that they've got no revenue and therefore they need to move to another platform. But that doesn't seem very likely. But I don't know. Are we going to see Hoyo Play go the way of the Blizzard launcher?
I would love that. I'll be more than happy to link my Steam account with the current Hoyo account and just log in through everything on Steam.
I'm terrified that you won't be able to, but they said that cross-platform is definitely supported, so I don't know if that will mean that you don't need to change any login details or anything. Like, you just graft Hoyo and Steam together and it'll all be fine.
I mean, the thing with Steam is it just works.
For now.
As long as we can keep Gabe away from the cheeseburgers, and he's been doing pretty good, I think we can just hopefully last until we, another 10 to 15 years, and then we can panic. That's what I'm hoping. And when he,
So long as he's got, blood flowing in his body and not like mayonnaise.
he's lost a lot of weight.
Well, I mean, but the thing is that that's not hard because he had a lot to lose.
He did. Man, we need that boy to stay CEO forever. Steam is the only thing I'm okay with being the mega corpo pseudo monopoly that everybody uses. Please, Gabe, stay alive.
It has its issues, but they're so much less severe than so many other things.
Like, yeah, they're acceptable issues, then they're ones they're aware of because they usually fix them or make them better gradually over time.
Apart from the one where MasterCard can censor the content.
Well, that's not really their fault.
Well, it's their fault for capitulating.
Yeah, well, they had, yeah. So, I have no idea what kind of legal pressures, aside from just the MasterCard lawyers, they were getting on that one. Because these companies, when it comes to storefronts like Steam, don't just come at them with their law firm. They come with the threat of government. There is nothing so terrifying as a motivated government.
A bored bureaucrat with a chip on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think we're done, folks. We will see you next week with new characters to dance around with in Wuwa. I have no idea how this week's going to go. I have a ton of stuff on the docket. I could have...
I have an audit on the docket. I'm being audited by the government, and then I'm being audited again by the government. I don't know why the government likes to audit me so much.
Yeah. So yeah, we got tons of stuff on the docket for me at the start of next week. I don't know how the later week's going to go. And we'll keep an eye on the stuff that's going on. And hopefully Fern will be here and can talk to us about other stuff. I'll probably have finished Gurumin by then. I don't think I'll have any extended thoughts, but who knows? And maybe I'll do another small single player game in the interim too. We'll see. All right, folks. We will see you next